vois plus les notes.
Oui, t'inquiète.
Pas 3-9, c'est bizarre.
Ah ouais, mais moi je...
Welcome back. 3 more projects for this morning. And let's welcome Zap from Beyond.
Bonsoir à toutes et à tous, et bienvenue sur Zap Direct, votre rendez-vous de confiance au cœur des ondes.
Et si vous pouviez tout recommencer? Avec Bifruit, sortez du quotidien et retrouvez votre véritable nature. Osez goûter le fruit défendu qui vous correspond et rejoignez des millions de convertis.
Mettre fin à ceci, ensemble. Trouve-moi.
Hello everyone, we are thrilled to introduce Zap from Beyond, a narrative and experimental game where you're not just watching TV. In this mixed media experience, you will navigate uncanny channels, intense emotions, and stories that blur the line between fiction and reality. Are you ready to tune in to the Zap show? Because it's already tuned into you.
Yes, so I will explain you the concept of Zap from Beyond. Basically, the player is on a couch in front of a TV, and he has a remote in his hand. He's ready to zap. The screen of the TV is continually displaying a stream of different and uncanny channels. Hiding in this content, there is a sect which wants to swallow the other channels and the player. Zapping isn't meaningless. Now let's talk about the foundation of Zap from Beyond. The first one is the fascination. It's about the uncanny, mysterious, and cryptic content. And it's this pillar catches the player's attention when he's zapping. Then there is the FOMO, the fear of missing out. It's because the player can watch only one channel at a time, and this pillar challenges the player make the choice between stay and zap on the channel. And finally, there is the curiosity. It's about discovering new content and think about the true meaning of the experience. So the curiosity talks about it invites the player to zap and to think about the consequences of his actions.
And now about the pillars of the art direction. To support the game design pillars, we have 3 pillars, which are uncanny, weird, and mixed media. We have live action, we have 2D, 3D, sometimes a bit of both. We produced all the contents ourselves, and our goal was to imitate the feel of watching an actual TV at first. Each channel is different from the previous one and has its own art direction, making zapping a rewarding and stimulating experience. Then thematically and visually, the channels will start degrading and becoming increasingly absurd.
All right. So let's move on to the gameplay now. Sorry for that. As you can see, there are only 2 buttons in the game, the previous and the next channel button. These choices were made in a matter of accessibility and simplicity to focus on the main feature of the game, your intention. So about the progression of the game, it was designed to take the player from a state of curiosity where they're free to look around and explore the channels, to a point where they feel the need to act and to set their own goals and to figure out what's really going on. As the game goes on, players will gradually realize that all the content is slowly being corrupted by the Bifree sect, a cult born from a commercial that somehow came to life inside the TV. And in order to stop the sect, the player will need to free the channel 12, which is blocked by the sect, by untying an aquarium. So multiple clues are hidden across all the channels to lead to the solution. Now let's take a look of how the system works. So in Zap from Beyond, there are 3 distinct behavioral patterns depending on how each channel evolves during the game. For example, we have autonomous videos and channels, which will be displayed continuously throughout the 10 minutes and can't be impacted by the player. We have also triggered videos and channel, which activate and change depending on our choices. For example, we can change how the channel 9 will evolve if we listen or not to what it says us to do. It allows the game to present multiple what-if scenarios that the player will have to face. And finally, we have also real-time channels that are generated directly in engine, like the aquarium channel or the bunker one, which have the keys to complete with one of the endings. This system allows everyone to have a totally different experience of the game because one person might see things that others won't. About the outcomes, there are a total of 3 different ways to end the game depending on the condition the player unlocks or not. The most common one is the sect ending that triggers automatically after 9 minutes if the player don't manage to empty the aquarium in order to save the cat from the channel 12. And for the final ending, it's the one where we defeat the Bifree sect by opening the bunker and letting the cat sacrifice itself for us. But we also offer an alternate ending where we ignore the cat's instruction and stay with it until the end. To sum up about the content of the game, we have a total of 50 different channels, 3 possible endings, and more than 40 minutes of content to explore or not. We wanted people to share their feelings and informations with others, allowing the game experience to continue beyond the screen.
For this game, I created sound assets in different styles and formats that follow the visual identity of each show. This includes music and sound design, like waiting screen music, jingles, and background tracks. So I'll let you hear some of it.
Et si vous pouviez tout recommencer? Avec Bifruit, sortez du quotidien et retrouvez votre véritable nature.
So, the longer you watch the TV, as Sami said, the glitchier it gets. And that works as well for the sounds. It starts to randomly shift and weird effect appears. Here's an example with some of the music you heard just now.
Bifruit, c'est la promesse d'une vie sans artifice.
Bijou. Bifruit.
So yeah, everything starts to fall apart, kind of, and starts getting glitchy. That's around 7 or 8 minutes of gameplay, so it's coming gradually.
Let's talk a little bit about UX now. We have a pause menu on the PC version of the game with options to turn off shaders on the PC version, being a very shader-heavy game with a CRT effect on the TV. Also, it's better to deactivate the options for people with low vision, and as well as subtitling feature. For the playtests of the game, we had 2 playtest sessions in May and June, one with the PC version, another one with the CRT TV version. For that, we used self-confrontation method. The main thing we wanted to confirm in the playtests was if the player's behavior would change during the course of the game. We had 2 hypotheses to confirm. Does the player's interaction with the game change from one playthrough to the next? And is the gradual change in tone going to be felt and understood by the players? So the answer was yes for both playtests. On the screen there is words that people use to describe the game that matched perfectly with the pillars that we had. So the playtesting process also helped us determine things about the game that we weren't sure of.
So Zap from Beyond was an experimental project that pushed us to explore unconventional storytelling through mixed media. Throughout production, team members had to adapt to changing roles and responsibilities, often stepping out of their initial scopes to meet evolving needs. A strong focus on video content also shaped our workflow, requiring tight coordination between game design and audiovisual production. Thank you for your attention. You can find Zap from Beyond on itch.io by scanning this QR code, and for real right now.
So, who wants to start with the feedbacks? Yes.
Hello, Louis Schmidt from Ubisoft, gameplay programmer. First of all, the experience was really something else, so congratulations for that. You really succeed on the curiosity aspect of the game, because at the end we just wanted to go back to the game and start new things. So well done. I just have one question, because during the experiences I had a bug, particular one, but a really nice one, where I was kind of not blocked, but every time I switched channel, the Fnatic sect channel was every time behind with the sound. So it was a nice new experiences, I would say. But I kind of wonder, because during the presentation you talked about the 3 type of channels, so the static one, trigger one, etc. But you didn't show up anything regarding the technical aspect of the game. How did you create some tools to help managing every channel, the narrative between channels? So how did you handle all of that?
So we mainly use the timeline tools integrated in Unity, and I make some tools to create a custom clip and be able to use MPCAT and shader on the timeline, and that's all less. And we use also the additive scene in Unity. So each channel are a different scene.
Okay, thank you. I think you could probably use your experiences and talk more about your experiences and how you created the game, because in the end, I remember we just have some small joke with colleagues like, there is no channel 5 because the code is so much spaghetti that you forgot to put the channel 5 and now it's a total mess to add a new one. So yeah, you could probably talk more about how you created the game, because I think it's really interesting in your case. And maybe show some tools that you made and snippet of the timeline, because yeah, it was really something I think interesting on the technical aspect of the game.
So to explain more about that, so Samuel created multiple tools, and I was in charge of creating the timelines, like okay, this channel will have this video at that time, but I can also create another timeline that will be triggered if, for example, the channel 5 has not been watched yet. So yeah, I used all the tools that were created in order to make a lot of work of iteration, thanks to the timelines. So it was a bit messy to explore all of this option, but yeah, we managed to create a moment that allow us to have a totally different experience depending on the input of the player, because like we saw in the playtest session, everybody has a totally different view about what the persons watch.
Hello, congratulations. It was a super interesting experience and a very accessible one too. Like you can share the experience with friends in your couch, and it's more interesting than the Bandersnatch on Netflix, for example. You could trigger that kind of experience. When we played, we felt we were locked because we go to the channel 10 in the wrong order. It was too. We had to do it even if it was forbidden, and it's a bit hard for the player. I think it's in playtest. Did the player manage to save the cat often? Because we are a bit frustrated to be locked and to not be able to try stuff.
Actually, very few players managed to save the cat first, but also it was kind of part of the intention to have a first playthrough where you would fail, and because obviously you want to see all the channels, so you're like, why not that one? And you understand why you're not supposed to go on that one on the first place test. And then on the second one, that was the interesting part, to see what the players would do after falling into the sect's trap, if they would try to save the cat or not. But yes, on the first batch of playtests, very few people managed to save it and go to the ending.
It's just that it could be like in a more classical game, having not a complete locked failure at first. Maybe you could try, and you because it's the first time you understand that moving through the channel create impact. So maybe having a first experience where you can understand that you're impacting the content before to have this hard check could improve the experience, I think. But it was already a great game. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So it's really uncanny. It's really Beaux-Arts video, French touch, things that really I hate the most. But that was so well done. I mean, this is a kind of feeling of, kind of oh, that's exactly what I don't like. So I was in that kind of mood when I start to see the video, and it put me in a mood when I was fascinated by that, and I wanted to see every show. And so then came the frustration. I want to see every show, but I want to see it. I mean, so this immediate emotional catch-up from me, by the way, because that's my feeling, was so great that it was just like, yeah, that everything that I was enjoying, just like even I know it was pointless to see people doing stuff or just a screen with nothing. I had this kind of conflict between frustration and fascination. So perfect. You did art anyway, even if it was the French video school. I ate so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
And that's really awesome.
I just wanted to ask you, have you, as a reference, used a game called Do Not Feed the Monkeys? If not, I will highly recommend you to play that game, because the sensation you described, the thing about you finish the first playthrough and you want to know what the fuck, what, and try it again to see, that's Do Not Feed the Monkeys. It's also from a Spanish studio, so nice for. But I also have to recommend that. But again, I think that you will really love it, and it will maybe even give you possible expansions, DLCs. Don't know, but I think it will help you. It's Do Not Feed the Monkeys, but by Fictiorama is the name of the studio.
Thank you. Hi, so Cécile from Focus. So yeah, I was going to speak a little bit about Do Not Feed the Monkeys as well as Immortality or Her Story. I think you have some kind of mix between both gameplays. You have this feeling of like the FOMO. It works wonderfully well, spot on. Actually. Something I did that did not really work on me was your intention of we talking about our playthrough with the other jury members, because I actually did not want to be spoiled. I wanted to launch the game again and find out by myself. But I think it's, even though it was not your explicit intention, at least it means that you have managed to set up a sense of mystery, that like your curiosity to investigation, it works as well. So yeah, congrats. It was my favorite project this year. And just something else on the visual aspects, like the mix of art directions you used, both on the visual and the audio. Like, yeah, great. Thank you for that. It was wild and crazy, and I loved it.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thorsten from Amaze. Yeah, also have to second that. It's really an amazing installation, and I think it's a trend of the Gen Z, right, to use old nostalgic apparatus. So because at the festival you also had 3 installations, what was just a screen, just an old screen, a TV screen, and I like to see it coming back, you know, also with remote, and also we had a huge time of glitch out. And you yeah. For me, it was just mind-blowing that you like glitches and that you worked it so well into the videos. And Antonin and me, we really had a good time sitting on the couch and laughing our asses off. So about stuff. Also when we saw each other, so on the couch, and it was really nice. And I think somebody told us as well that we were the only people who killed all the fishes. I don't know how you find out to do that, but I mean, it was awesome. Just stepping back and forth, right? Okay, yeah, WarioWare. Yeah, and I really would like to see it in English because I couldn't understand anything. Antonin always tried to translate everything, but great installation. When it's in English, please write me. I like to show it somewhere.
Thank you.
Hello. So first, congrats. I really love this experience. You made the game with basically 2 buttons and with a concept as simple as zapping, which is great. I didn't understood anything, but at the same time, I understood everything. That's, I think, a really good thing. Like, I don't know how much stuff is hidden in the game, but I really want to see all the content, try all the what if I can think about. Like, what if I stay on one channel and see all the content? I really want to replay the game. There is a great replayability. So nothing more to that, just congrats.
Thank you.
So let's end with that. Congrats again for the team for this great work. And thanks to the people online not to have Zap yet. And let's welcome the next team, Spelpin.
Hi everyone, thank you for being there. We are Spelpin Between Pages and we are going to present a game. So first and foremost, we want to present the team behind Spelpin Between Pages. So we were a team of 7, but actually we were 4 working full-time on the game, 3 working on 2 games at a time, and we have Juliette who helped us with the narrative design while she was studying in Quebec. But now we want you to go in the 2070s and meet Audrey and Juno. So now I'm going to present the pillars that we chose for this game while creating it. So for Spelpin Between Pages, we created an experience that revolves around 3 core pillars, which were physicality, narration, and puzzle solving. Those 3 pillars work together, they are intertwined, to create a balanced experience between the virtual and the physical space, as well as in accordance to our target audience that was young adults into cozy or casual games with a knack for deep themes and narration. So the story takes place between 2 time periods, the 2070s, where the player explores a house, and a notebook that was written by its owner, Audrey, in the 2050s. So those 2 temporalities are complementary, and the player has to dive into each one to fully grasp the narration and its themes, which were grief and heritage, in an accessible yet moving way. We didn't want to dive into pathos, but we wanted it to be a little bit emotional for our target audience. As such, the puzzles were designed to be rewarding yet simple, but it always requires the player to interact both with the physical notebook and the virtual world to be completed.
So our game takes place in the 2070s after a cataclysmic event that caused parts of the atmosphere to collapse in some part of the world. Named the Belt, those areas are highly dangerous and few are the people living and wandering in them, but Spalepins, explorers in yellow raincoats. The player incarnates Juno, a Spalepin, coming to the Belt to find their grandmother's house after receiving her notebook. So you explore the house, trying to understand the life of Audrey, the grandmother, and learning more about her. And to unlock some rooms of the house, there will be puzzles that you have to solve. And you have to read through the notebook in order to get crucial clues. The game is designed so that each puzzle needs both the in-game content and the notebook to be solved. Some feature that we wanted to add, some ideas but didn't make it. In the actual game finished, we used the notebook to solve in-game puzzles, but we thought about using the in-game content to solve puzzles in the notebook. Like, for example, folding pages, hiding parts of a text to reveal a secret message, using invisible ink, or even tearing up some pages to reassemble them. But those ideas didn't make it, mainly because we wanted the game to be available on itch.io, which it is. And so players have to download the notebook as a separate file, making those kind of puzzles pretty hard to recreate.
So I'm going to talk about art direction. For Spalepin, it was built around 3 main goals that I'm going to so the first one was to support production. We wanted a style easy to make, as there is a lot of assets in a house to model, and only one person to make them. Me. So we went to the simplest pipeline possible, with low poly and very few textures. Almost no lighting were needed, since we work with a custom shader. The second goal was to create a sentiment of homeliness. We wanted the player to feel in an actual home, left in place, untouched, and almost as comforting as it was before. To make this feeling, we chose to inspire and model from real life in pictures as a way to create a sense of familiarity and a diversity of furniture from different dates. And third goal was to tie together the notebook and the 3D aspect of the game with the use of a small palette of colors. And the drawings from the notebook were also made by referencing the 3D models themselves.
So let's talk about sounds. So I worked around 2 main points. The first one is to give some space for the player to read the notebook and not to overwhelm him with a lot of information, music, stuff like that. So I mainly focused around ambiances instead of music during all the game. We just have a few themes that play in each, in four important rooms for one puzzle. And here is a little example of one of them. And then I worked around paper to remind us the notebook because it's really important for us. So all the UI was made with paper sound, and I put some paper layered sound in different objects of the game, in the ambiances like wind, vegetation, and things like that. Let's hear it a bit. And to create those sounds, I recorded multiple layers of papers with different textures, flexibility, and stuff like that.
And so now, regarding the accessibility, so at the very beginning of the project, we had little difficulties finding references for games that are similar to ours, so like a video game with a physical notebook. But also we had difficulties finding a reference regarding the academic researchers, for example. But in the end, thanks to the different features that have been presented earlier, we know that the notebook and the game work very well together. And we also know that for a fact because during our different playtests, it has been said a lot by the different playtesters that the book really is an important part of the game and plays a huge role in the feeling of the experience. And also another major point of our project, something we wanted to make, was the accessibility, especially the accessibility of the game, but also of the notebook. And so for that, at the very early in the production, I began working on a list of all the different accessibility features we could implement in the game. And so you have an example here on the right of the screen. So this is the general accessibility, but there were also different spreadsheets. So for example, a specific spreadsheet for the accessibility of the notebook, or for example, auditory accessibility, etc.
So now I'll talk briefly about some technical aspects of the game, where we had user experience and accessibility in mind. I'm sorry, the GIF is not working, but oh, it is. Okay. so in the game, we have opted for fixed camera angles with angles that can change dynamically, as you can see on the screen, depending on where you go. We did that. You can skip. We did that to facilitate the virtual and physical transition, since you only have to move the player. You can very easily just drop what you're doing in-game and look at the notebook, and vice versa. It also allows us, as you can see on screen, to highlight with the camera the various important interactable objects in the scene. So here in the exterior, we can see what objects we can interact with, what objects are important. Speaking of interactables, they are quite important in the game, since they give you puzzles to solve, clues to solve puzzles, and sometimes just pieces of lore in general. We decided to go with a proximity-based system, since it's much more easier for the player to interact with objects. And we also added a few accessibility features to make sure players know what they are interacting with and how they can interact with the things. So we added a bottom prompt and an outline on around objects, so they know what objects they are trying to interact with and how can they interact with it. And briefly and finally, puzzles are quite important in the game, since since we use them as gates, you need to solve them to finish the game, and they force you to, most of the time, read the notebook to find the answer and the solution to the puzzle. In terms of accessibility, we decided to add controls on screen so you really understand what you need to do on the puzzle. And we also added a hint system in case you're lost and you need help to finish the puzzle.
So that was Spaping Between Pages. We are really happy with the production during those 3 months. We were a small team, but we shared a common vision of the game, which was very pleasant. So thank you for listening. You can play the game in the Foyer Magélis, but it is also playable on itch.io. You can download the notebook. We are going to share the notebook with you during the questions if you want to flip through it. And also there are some flyers if you want to find our itch.io. And we are happy to take feedbacks and questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So who wants to start with the feedbacks? Yes, Stéphane.
Well, it was a very pleasant journey and poetic and of course not really difficult. I have two I have one remark and one suggestion. My remark is that the puzzles are still not really included into the narration. I call it Professor Layton effect. Maybe you should find some way, such as the puzzle could really fit into the narration, which leads me to the second remark, suggestion. The suggestion is that you should ask the player to read the book before to start the game. Because if they read the book during the game, they are focused on finding the clue, and they don't have the feeling of poetry which comes from the book itself. And then I should recommend read the book and then play the game.
Thank you for the feedback.
Thank you for the game. It makes me think because you are thinking that the new generation is discovering things we forgot, and this is. I remember a time. I'm old enough to play games when you have a booklet with 30 to 120, because I wrote some of them, so I do remember the number of pages you were allowed to have when it was on the heavy side. And they were used sometimes to get hints or whatever, or if it was, I don't know, flight simulators, for example, you have the whole map and you have it on your knees and you are piloting while watching. So it was a way to improve the game experience with physicality. And I think that you achieve to have this kind of escape room experience by adding this physicality on the game with the simplicity of a book. So yeah, congrats. That was a pleasant moment, and let's do some books with the games now, because we need to bring that back, because we dematerialize everything, and it's stupid. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I had a big crush on this game. When you introduce this game, you say it's phygital, and I saw plants, so I say, oh, is it phyto-digital? But no, but I had this image of the transmedia also, and all the law about this kind of interactions. And I just wanted to say that the audio detail was really immersive, and you made a really good works on this game, and also the environmental storytelling. I agree that you need to push more on it, but with the time that you had, it was maybe difficult. But if you had more time, what would you added on this game?
Maybe for me, as the game designer and the producer of the game, I think I would like to translate it to French at least. And yesterday we had very good feedback on accessibilities and how to make the game more accessible to people maybe who do not see. So maybe making it an audiobook and how we can do that. I think that's something I would like to explore. And as Tom said at the beginning, there were a lot of puzzles that didn't make the cut because we didn't have time to really explore how to maybe play more with the notebook and the physicality, maybe ripping pages. And that's something maybe if we had more time, we could explore more. But maybe someone else can answer this question as well.
Yeah, maybe we had also ideas of rooms that were cut from the house to have something a bit more palpable and familiar. Like maybe if those who have tried, I've noticed that there is no bathroom in the house. Yeah, maybe some ideas of more complex puzzle, or I mean, a bit less classical, because yeah, as it was said, most of the puzzles are like there is a lock, find a key or a combination, and we would have loved to do something a bit more complex, not complex, but abouti. Yeah, complete. and yeah, maybe play with other source of clues like yeah, audiobooks and maybe more environmental and like the same thing but more maybe.
And to finish, we did a great work on lore. We wrote a lot about the world, and we all took part in that. And it was extremely pleasant to work together. What you see is only like 1% of the lore that we wrote. So maybe if the game was longer and we had more time, we could explore more of what we have written.
Okay, congrats.
Thank you.
Stay tuned for the sequel.
Hello, thank you for your presentation. On the transmedia aspect, I wanted to talk about Professor Layton, like Stefan said. On the Professor Layton 2, the Pandora box, when you have the game box, you can actually fold the paper, the ticket one of the train, to resolve the puzzle, and that made me think of that when you talked about ripping papers and stuff. But your game also made me think about Blueprints, which is eating a lot of my hours right now. But yeah, I love the references also, because some of you talked about this. On the narrative aspect, I have a few words about that. I feel like I wasn't on board on the lore enough to bypass the complexity of the understanding of the story while dealing with puzzles. But I think it may be also impacted by the time I played. Also, I have to replay it, I think. And also, yes, congrats for the work on interactable items on your games, because it really helped me to differentiate and distinguish the elements, and so it made me also gain time while searching for clues. So yeah, thank you for that.
Thank you very much. And for Blueprints, he was in mind during the production, but not while pitching. But we referenced a lot. We benchmarked and tried to search for references for a game. So Blueprints came a little bit later, but we had also references from books that are more like epistolary books. So yeah.
And the classical ones like What Remains of Edith Finch, a little bit of Outer Wilds, Tunic for the Notebook, that kind of thing. Yeah.
Hi, Cécile from Focus. Just to expand a little bit on what you just said, like there is one behavior of one of your paintings that is not coherent with the other ones, and that can make it difficult, and it will, yeah, because it's not interactable, where the other paintings are interactable. So yeah, there are small details that can help you reach a step further. And I'm glad that you were speaking about the layout of the house and the lack of a bathroom, because for instance, at some point, so you figure that you have to open a lock, and somewhere in your journal it says it's the door to the bedroom, I think. But since I had never been in that house before and its layout was very weird, I didn't know which door was the one to the bedroom. And so it's little things, but that can help you like onboard your player without having to write so much, and just let them figure things out by themselves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I didn't have the time to talk with you yesterday, so I just want to say that I love this game, so congrats. I want to congrats especially the art, because you were alone on that, and it's working very well. So congrats, and yeah.
So let's congrats the arts, but also the whole team. So let's congrats once again this beautiful project.
Thank you very much.
And please welcome the last team of this morning. Are you ready? So Kims versus the Ragogo.
Yeah, make some noise for them.
Okay, okay. Hello, Albatar City. Are you ready for the show? Woo! Okay, okay. Today, we have two incredible guests. The first one, the actual king of Albatar City. Let's make some noise for Rago! Whoa! Woo! The second one, he actually has never participated to a rap battle, but is here today to cut off the head of the king. Let's make some noise for Kims! Woo! Okay, okay. I think it's enough. Let's go for the video.
Rago. Si Kims gagne, il deviendra le roi du rap d'Albatar City. Bienvenue dans Kims versus les Rago.
Je suis l'orage qui fait rage, toi t'es qu'un...
Nuage?
Ah, c'est nul à chier!
Waouh, Kims le poète! C'est un clash ou t'essaies d'invoquer l'ennui? Vas-y, montre-moi ce que t'as dans le ventre!
T'es ma moitié dans la glace, t'évolues dans mon monde.
Refais, là, encore!
Quand je me lève, tu t'allonges, wesh, ça fait quoi d'être mon ombre?
T'as plus le temps de glander, ton battle, c'est demain!
C'est le moment d'écrire, Kims. Ah, ma plume est en feu!
Kims, devine qui a encore trouvé des infos sur Rago?
Albatar City, est-ce que vous êtes chaud?
C'est vraiment ce que tu veux, Kims?
Emblématique de la city, tout le monde reconnaît mon talent. Quand t'étais petit, tu me regardais.
Vas-y, Kims, termine-le!
Dit du respect, moi je suis le requin qui sent le sang, je te laisse infecter.
Bienvenue dans Kims versus les Ragogo. Ça, c'est Kims.
So hello, citizens of Angoulême, and welcome everyone to Albatar City. We are really excited to present you our rap battle game, Kims versus les Ragogo, and let's just dive into it.
So with this game, we wanted to make the world of rap battle, which is often highly subjective, more accessible and easier to understand. At the same time, we aim to give players a sense of preparation and personalization when choosing their lyrics. So the challenge was finding the right balance between creative freedom and approachability. Another key goal was to create dynamic and colorful games that amplify the feeling of stepping onto the stage.
From the very beginning, art direction was one of our pillars for our game. Our main objective was to create a colorful, rich, and unique and instantly recognizable visual universe that will capture attention and reinforce immersion and enhance other aspects of the game. We wanted the game to have its own strong personality in every aspect. Even though the game is entirely in 2D, we wanted it to constantly be dynamic. That's why we added plenty of visual effects, a dynamic UI, and a camera that's almost always in motion, so that the whole screen always feels alive.
All right. Now let's talk about the universe of Albatar City. So welcome to the town of Albatar City, a place where all troubles are settled by clashes and rhymes. It's a rude and cruel world where the kings hold all the power. You better prepare yourself to fight for 3 days and write your lines well, or you don't, so you don't choke in front of everyone. Will you be able to destroy your rival life and come out victorious? If that's so, at what cost?
So you play as Kims, a young hot-headed rapper out for revenge on his brother Rago. They met at the orphanage a few years ago, and Rago took him under his wing. But one day, he disappeared, leaving everything behind to chase fame, and eventually became the rap king of Albatar City. Now Kim is back, ready to take him down and steal his crown live on stage. He will not be alone. Stella, his close friend, is connected to the city's rap scene, and she is here to help him keep him sharp and dig up some dirt on Rago before the battle. All this leads to the legendary Albatar City stage, hosted by the rap icon L'Enfoiré. Now, let's see how Kim handles it.
Okay, let's see some gameplay here. So we start the game by having a discussion with Stella. She reminds Kim that the rap battle of his life begins tomorrow. He's about to face Rago, the current rap king of Albatar City. But Kim is far from ready. We made the decision here to offer an onboarding that could immediately set the tone of the game throughout the characters' dialogue and behaviors, while also introducing the gameplay mechanics through a tutorial. So let's see how it goes.
T'es pas un requin, je dirais que t'es plutôt Baby Shark. T'as fiché devant une ville entière, tout ça pour qu'il te remarque. C'est pas de la rage, mais du seum que tu caches. Si, t'es pas un rival, mais un gosse qui flippe de ouf, Kim Zizi.
So Stella goes straight to the point. She's roasting us, no doubt, but she's doing it to help us get better. The player goal is to back with the right punchline in response. Let's see how
Mon
Kim
flow est
handles.
incandescent, c'est le freestyle du millénaire. Je crois que j'ai plié ce battle. On peut éteindre les lumières. Enfin, n'allez pas trop vite, laissez une lueur dans le couloir. J'avais oublié que ce type était apeuré dans le noir.
Okay, not bad, but wrong choice, Kims. The rules of the game are simple. Everything revolves around punchlines. There are 3 types of punchlines, with a power dynamic between them, working basically like a rock, paper, scissors. So now that we know the rules, time to prepare for the round 1, and this is the composition phase. On the left side of the screen, you'll see your punchline bank. These are all the lines you've got ready to use. You can filter them, you can read them, and yeah, you can prepare like that. And on the right, you choose when to play each punchline, at the start or at the end of the round. You gotta be strategic, but don't worry, Stella will help you anticipate your opponent's punchlines. She'll even give you some hints. But I think we have enough information. Let's see a battle. Are you ready? I don't hear you. Ah. Ok, ça a planté. on va la refaire, ça va aller. Ah non, ça ne veut pas. C'est toi qui appuies? Ah non, c'est la molette. Ok, ça va le faire. Okay. So let's see a battle. Yeah!
C'est ce que le peuple a réclamé. Quand t'étais petit, tu suçais ton pouce. Maintenant que t'es grand, tu suces toujours, mais pas que ton pouce. Je te dis la vérité, je voulais t'épargner ce moment. Tu les as tellement bien lustrés qu'on m'a imposé ce moment.
So you got it. You choose the right punchline type, but don't take too long. There's a timer ticking, so you have to be quick and think fast, like a real rap battle. Okay, let's hear Kings.
Les murs du quand je rappe, toi t'es juste un fond sonore. Hey, un tac, qu'on efface un beat sans corps. Dès que tu loupes, on se fait chier à mort. Arrêtons les frais avant que ce clash devienne hardcore.
Okay, I think now you're ready for your next rap battle.
All right, so punchline were a big deal for us. We really wanted to come up with some lines that can hurt your feelings, but we didn't want to go heavy on violence. We really wanted to keep that raw battle rap vibe, rebellious and rule-breaking. So I think we found a good balance. To keep it even more real, we linked up with some real rappers from Rouen, Talib and Aimé. Watching it all come together, the music and the text was way more fun that way.
Le seul moment où t'es dur, c'est quand tu forces sur la rime, mais t'inquiète, ça retombe avant la punchline. Devant tout le monde, sort ton lâchal. Y'a des photos de son zizi online.
seul moment.
Okay, so the hardest part was making the game feel smooth and dynamic, syncing all the sounds, music, punchlines, and visuals together. We also want clean transitions between stuff like deck building and battles, so the whole experience stays fresh and exciting.
For the pacing of the wish. For the pacing of the game, we decided to split the game in 3 battles on 3 days. So each day we have 1 battle and 1 deck building phase. That way it can have a more enjoyable rhythm for the player, and the player doesn't get bored and can experience some gameplay variety. It wasn't like that in the beginning when we planned the game. At the beginning, we wanted to make an exploration phase, then the deck building, then the battle. But halfway through the process, we thought it was better to focus on the core of the game and not make like some half-baked game. And I think it was really the heart of the game for us, and I hope you will enjoy it.
And yeah, a few thanks word to thanks all the people that supported us during the 3 months of development of the game, and again special thanks to Talib and Aimee and all the voices actors that really gave soul to our game, and we are really proud of it. So yeah, again, thank you for playing the game, thank you for listening to us, and yeah, don't hesitate to play the game at the end of the day, and make some notes for Kims versus les Ragogo.
Thank you.
Thank you. So yeah, I see a rapper in the room. I will start with the best one.
C'est pas pour vous flatter, mais j'ai été vraiment passionné. Et si j'avais pu, j'aurais immédiatement recommencé. C'est du vrai rap marseillais, pas du joule flatté, mais du I am comme je l'aimais. Bon.
Merci.
I like very much your game because I like old rap and it's a feeling of old rap. I didn't see, because I played just a short time, I didn't see the help. So I was thinking that the Shifumi was random on the side of my competitor. I understand it's not the case.
Yes, it's not the case, yes.
So I can have a strategy. Because if it was random, you cannot have any strategy.
Yes, exactly. You have to adapt with the tips gave by Stella, and maybe you didn't saw that you can reopen the phone to see again the tips.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, first of all, congratulations on the work. There are like so many things to say about this, but there are people that know more about music than me. I want to ask you, is there a social commentary on the way that rock, paper, scissors work? Just violence goes against logic, but logic can go against humor, but the humor is the best way to go against violence. I see like a social pattern that I really love about it, which I don't know if it's intended or not, but I would like to know more about that. Also, there are like a few notes, maybe the controls, just really specific actions needed a different button, which is something that can be changed in order to make it more accessible and to have a better user experience. But I wanted to have my punchline, my last part of this intervention, to say you one thing, one of the highest praise I can say about your game, is that, is it accessible? Well, I don't have the best French, most of you know, and I have been able to beat the game. So fuck yeah. Great work. Great work.
Congrats.
Congratulations. It's amazing.
Thank
it's
you.
amazing. And I really enjoy it, despite that, because the sound design is on point. Really, really good. I didn't even know they were brothers, so that's my level of French. So congratulations, because I was able to win it. The vignette could be also a little bit different. I know that the symbols are a good system. They are good, but also the vignette can be changed a little bit to make it even better. But for the rest, it was really cool. I really enjoyed. I really enjoyed rap, and it was quite good. So congratulations.
Oh, yes, yes. It's explained in the tutorial. So it's like, yes, it's here. So humiliating bit intimidation because how can I explain it in English? So English is too bad. Yes. Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
So hi, pardon. So Cécile from Focus. So we did chat a little bit yesterday about the game. So I think like what is really shining in the build is writing, and like at first before playing I was a bit worried, like because you know that bad rap can be very cringy, and you manage to avoid that trap. You also have good characters; they feel lively. I kind of want to play the sidekick, but I get that it's out of scope. I think you can go even further because there are still some things that are not entirely convincing, like the onboarding. It feels a bit long and it's not super efficient. Like you work with a rock, paper, scissors mechanic, essentially, and you add a loadout challenge. But the way you introduce them to the player and the pieces of information you give to the player, it's not always the same level. Sometimes you have some info, sometimes you don't. So it's a bit, yeah, as a player you feel a bit uncertain and you cannot get as strategic as you would want to be. And also the pacing, yeah, since the onboarding is a bit long, it's not as punchy as we would want it to be. And we can see it like it's not very far. You just need to clean it up a little bit. So yeah, really great work on the writing. Make it shine even more by maybe get rid of the QTE. I don't know. It's just a suggestion. But yeah, thank you very much for this. It's a very original fantasy within video games. So it was great to see you get there. Thank you.
Yo. Punchlines. It doesn't feel punchy to me. But first, I need to say, why does this game doesn't exist yet? This is really the game who needs to be released somewhere and be just as popular as Just Dance, you know. This is great to find that and to do it and to prove everyone that there is a kind of game that is not there. So congratulations for that, because that's the biggest thing to find is a high-level pitch, which is, oh, it's rap battle, and you're going to battle with rap, and simple as that. So that's, for me, the total achievement of what you did. But the pacing, punchline means punch. It's a combat. And each of your punchlines is 4 lines long. I know that it's supposed to rhyme, so you cannot do 3, but have you tested with 2, just to see if the pacing feels more like more aggressive combat stuff? The onboarding, quite long. It's okay, you put on a universe and you explain characters, backstories and such, that's great. You feel that you're going, there is some kind of stakes when you come to the ring, but it's kind of long. So I think there is a lot to cut, to less is more sometimes. So try to shorten everything and to be more on the edge. QTE, don't care. This is the most important thing of your game. That's the rules, and they happen just once, and after, when I have to take my decision, I don't remember them, so I just play randomly. So try to find a way to educate your player, and if you don't have time because it's a quick game, 10 minutes long and whatever, try to bring that back to make every choice quick and consistent. But congratulations anyway, because that's a high-level concept, and so that's the one. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I just wanted to talk briefly about the onboarding. I think there was a misunderstanding about what we were trying to do. At the same time, we were trying to explain the rules of the battle that's coming, but we also wanted to make it more like a visual novel with like world building and some explanation. But yeah, I think it may be a bit too long, but we try to approach it with like more of a world building that's rule explanation for the tutorial. I think that's why it's a bit long.
It was planned initially, but with the 10-minute game objective, we had to cut a lot of things. We have to change a lot of time. We have to change the onboarding, the pacing of the game. We actually changed the pacing of the game 3 weeks ago, and adding feature until the last time, like until yesterday. To answer what you were saying about like the juicy part, we cut also a lot of things into the arts and feedbacks, etc. So yes, this is not on point, but I think we will maybe continue and try to improve this part of this game.
Yeah, and one last thing, the writing is on point, is very delicious. You know, the way you can insult people in a game and it's not a problem anymore, because we tend to now try to be polite and you know, and just to bring the fantasy of I'm going to clash you, to destroy you with your own private life. It feels so, you know, something we cannot do anymore, that I enjoyed it even more. So thank you for that also. Great job.
Thank you.
First of all, thank you for the presentation. I also really enjoyed the booth you had. It was super cool. So also with the music and stuff. As you said, you had 10 minutes and the game was, for me, a bit overwhelming. You wanted to say a lot of things. And I saw in your presentation that you didn't even spoke about QTE. So I wonder why you added this feature. Apart from that, it was a great experience. It's quite an engine game, I would say, something that we go here to see, so congratulations. I think if you want to add more punch, but it's my 2 cents, is you should push the UI at 200% and make sure it punch with the rhythm of the music, with the rhythm of the punches, the punchline, sorry. Because right now the UI, especially in the menu, felt a bit noisy for me. It was quite overwhelming to have this loadout system and try to understand which button I could use. But I feel like that if you polish a little bit more, you could have a great game that you could share with others. So thank you.
Just for the QTE, we felt like the battle game was a bit too contemplative, so we wanted to have the player interact with the battle while listening to the punchlines. Maybe it was made in wrong, but I still think it's a good idea that needs just a bit more work.
The idea behind it was like you can prepare well, know what you will say, but when you're on stage, if you forgot your lyrics or if you don't say it correctly, you can flop, and so you have to be always aware of what you're doing. And we had the Quick Time events very like again 2 days ago, and we had to change a lot of things in the system and in gameplay. And yes, it's not ready at all. We have to refine it. We see it in the tutorial, but we're not using it until the second round of the battle, and it wasn't really working well. So yes, a lot of things about it. I understand totally your point of view.
Yes, just to remind, because we met some time ago about dramaturgy, and it's just to remind that I heard once that beauty is the beginning of the terrible things you are able to feel. And the second thing we have to remember when we work in fiction or we work in writing is that gentleness is a trap. So you are right.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm Thorsten from Amaze, and I didn't understand the word, but I hear there's a lot of compliments, and I think it is a great game from the mechanics side, and also the deck building and everything is fantastic. All these aspects is great, and I hope that you're going to work on that in the future. And another thing I wanted to add is, because usually I always want to have games localized, you know, localization in German or in English. So, but I think this game you should keep in French only. And if you want to go and move on, then you maybe make a German edition or something like that. It's just an advice, because I mean, hip-hop has different cultures, you know, in different countries, and I think you should keep it like that. And maybe in the future, if you want to expand, then work maybe with rap artists from Germany, you know, or with producers, you know, because I think this is something where you can really build a good and big community and teach people rapping. Yeah, it's cool. I like it.
Thank you.
And I see that the jury has connections in the rap scene in all the countries. Just
there's somebody from Arte, so you should ask them, because they know German rappers and they know games. So maybe you could discuss with them.
Hello, so thanks for the game. I won't repeat all the compliments that people said already, because it's already been long. Just wanted to go back on the QTE and what you said. You integrated the feature 2 days ago before the jury, and as we all see during the playtest, on the run 2 and 3, it wasn't really working well. So I was wondering, because at first I would think, okay, it works in the tutorial, so you develop the feature well, and maybe you architecture the feature to implement it in all the game, and in the end it's not the case. So before starting to develop a new gameplay feature 2 days before the jury, did you think about the architecture plan? Did you manage to really think about the gameplay implementation of the feature inside the game, or it was just randomly and hard-coding in every steps?
To answer this, so like I said earlier, initially we had a bigger plan of the game, of all how the system going to work. But then when we cut the huge part, like say, like Virgil said, the exploration part. It was a combination of talking to people and at the same time learning secrets, a way to unlock punchlines and compose your text at the same time. So before the battle, it was when we cut that, we tried to rework the system. So and we had we did a paper playtest, and it was pretty solid. People was liking it. QTE was inside this system, but we saw a big weakness in the pacing of the game, in the deck building, more to be more precise. Yes, you understand. It was a bit too long to prepare the 3 rounds in a row for some people that don't like to deck building and think a lot of time for people that want to see the battle. So we changed the pacing really recently, and it's changed a lot of things in the system, and also in how the way we use the QTE, how we implement it, etc. So. Actually, the team was against the fact of integrating the QT at this time of the project, but I was like, it's my fault. I spent so much time thinking about thing and rework thing. I was like, oh, I want to test and just see how it works, and then choose what's working and what doesn't work, because we cannot test this build. I discovered the build the day of the presentation, so I wanted to see how everything works and then take decision about it.
Okay, interesting. And because I really think because it's okay to try to add something. I mean, okay, not in real industry, but I mean for a student game, it's always okay to try to add things at the last minute. But as a programmer, it's really important to always think about having a backdoor to remove everything you put and every crash you may introduce in the game with your newly created features. So that was a bit my question. That did you really plan it and maybe put on paper or your architecture of the codes, and how to integrate something new without breaking everything, and if you break something, have the possibility to roll back to the stable version, because it's really mandatory as programmer to have this kind of mindset.
Yes, I agree, but I have to break all my code a week ago, so I have to remake a game in 1 week, so it was quite complicated, and this build is now working, so if you want to test it again, you can.
As long as you learn something in the process of programming a game and break everything and start everything 1 week before the release, it's part of the learning process, but it's something really important to keep in mind.
Thank you. So there's an invitation to play again. We won't have much time, but there will be time during lunchtime. So let's congratulate the team. And a big round of applause for all the team of this morning. Thanks for the project and the presentation. And we will have a lunch break or a wrap break, we will see. But please come back for 2, because there are still 6 games to listen to this afternoon. Thank you for the rich exchange. So see you online also at 2. Thanks.
Welcome everyone. We are the teams of Two Kids in a Trench Coat. We've been discovered Madeleine sadly. So this is Madeleine Mélanger, game designer, and I'm the other game designer too. We are actually two GD. Okay, so I'm going to talk a bit about the setup of the game. So like you can see, it's a game where one player can see the screen and the other only has the gamepad. So one player will be blind during the game. He can only see the gamepad, and both will have to cooperate to accomplish objectives. So the setup, we have, it's a two-player game, and one of our challenge was to reduce as much as possible the frustration, because there is one player that have no direct control over the game and one player that can see anything. So we've put a system with a double gameplay loop, an interconnected gameplay loop. So we have the first player that can see the screen, that will have to analyze the room and plan actions and communicate that to the other players, while the other will have to handle the movements. And we've also added something else. You will have to manage the character's balance. It's via haptic feedback. So you will have to control the balance. We've done that, so the player is not frustrated. He is not just following what the other said. He also have things to do on its own.
For the artistic direction, it's goof. For the artistic direction, we wanted to create a fun and non-serious universe. So the scene will be very chaotic, with a lot of action and movement. So the set has to be as understandable as possible. We didn't want it to create realistic animation, so all the animation are exaggerated and must be recognized by everyone, even if the characters are small in the scene. For the main characters, we really wanted to feel like there are really two children trying to balance, so the character is never still. And we'll use a lot of VFX to make the scene alive. We wanted to give VFX to every object and action. Again, VFX have to be clear and simple, and the objective is to rewind players with a lot of feedbacks to amplify the fun and the cartoonish atmosphere.
Visual effects are very important in the game. Thank you. That's why we wanted to add some juicy UI elements. In collaboration with Maya Esqueré, a talented 2D artist, we've designed an interface with a high priority on visual feedbacks and childish aspects to remind the goofiness of the game.
Because one player is not looking, audio feedbacks must be really, really clear. We designed them with synthesis and sound banks mostly, but we also did recordings for the voice. And here are some examples of the mini games. First, the pickpocket one. Next, when we pour ourselves a drink. And finally, when we chat with people in the scene. And also to emphasize the position of players in the scene, we designed audio stems, which are on the point of interest here, as you can see. And the music also is in the scene, is specialized in the scene, and is diegetic.
So we did make sure that our game mechanics stimulated both players in different ways to avoid frustration, especially for the one that can't see anything. So for that, we have several examples of mechanics that do this. So for example, the pickpocket minigame is kind of like a twister mat for your hand, where you have to wrap around the controller and try to press several inputs at the same time. The conversation minigame was thought to spark conversation between the two players, and they can make decisions as a team. And for the balance system, as Timothée has told you, it's thought to stimulate the second player without having to be told anything by the first player because of haptic feedbacks, sorry, kind of like a bop it game. You have to have good reflexes and react quick enough. Because we know that all players are different, we decided to guide the gameplay with objectives to help players not feel lost in this party and give them things to look up to. For example, you should try to spread a rumor, you should throw a cell phone in the trash. But in order to cater to different kinds of player and also those who would perhaps like a more sandbox experience, we decided that the objectives would not be a way to win or lose the game, but actually this would be passed through the idea of either escaping the party before getting found out or getting busted.
So, to achieve these objectives, we have a lot of interactables of different types. Most of them can just be interacted with in the scene, but some require you to grab an object before, for example, the beer tap. You need to have a cup to pour yourself a drink. And there's also the most interesting interactable in the scene, the party's guests. So the other guests will have reactions to your action and your interaction with them. For example, they can become confused if you say childish or silly things to them. They will be happy if you talk about grown-up stuff. And they will be angry if you bump into them too hard or if you insult them. And they may even overhear you spread a rumor and get shocked. There are also obstacles, because some of them will try to go to certain point of interest that are the same as yours. So for example, we can see some going to the beer tap or to a group of people. So sometimes you will have to try to avoid them and try to do something else if one of your point of interest is too crowded.
Okay, so now let's talk party design. Okay, so thanks to a modular kit made by Jad, we've been able to make a lot of levels. So we have three different pool of levels. So we have easy, medium, and hard levels. Thanks to the modular kit, it's been able to do a lot of them. And we've wanted to do that to have an accessible difficulty, so a player of all skill levels can play our game.
We have some many accessibility features. As you can see, we wanted to have our game, thank you, as modular as possible. It is also possible to play with a simplified remapping of the controls using only one joystick and 2 buttons for any person with mobility impairment or anyone who would just want to try it out. We have been through 2 playtest sessions. The first one happened 3 weeks after the beginning of the project. The point was to try out our gameplay mechanics, and so we used out-of-engine prototypes made by our game designers, so as not to waste production time. Thanks to that, we were convinced of our gameplay ideas and were able to move forward faster. Then the second playtest session was to validate our game device and installation with a focus on the communication between friends. We've seen that players loved our concept. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks.
Thank you. So who wants to start sharing the experience of being a kid in a trench coat? I will start with there.
Hello. I want to represent the frustrated part of your players, which were the ones who were not looking at the screen. I think you should encourage feedbacks. So, for example, a jingle when Pickpocket starts. So even if I cannot see, I know what I'm doing, because my partner, she wasn't explaining much what I was doing. She was just like, press B, press X, and whatever. And I had no idea, no clue of what I was doing. So I think that if I can have more, feedbacks about what I'm doing, or just insights about what's going to happen, that should be better. Also, push your players to swap at one moment. 10 minutes, not knowing what you're doing, that's really frustrating. Because the game is cool, I just discovered it right now, and it really looks great. And I think you should encourage to swap. For any reason, it's hard to have someone on his shoulder, you know? You just stopped to do it really fast, because it was kind of, a stunt. And nobody wants to get hurt. So encourage your players to swap really quickly. And so it gives also, a moment when you start to move, just like a party game. So, but the game is quite nice. I had the opportunity to watch someone playing it anyway, so I'm not so frustrated. It's looking nice, it's really fun. It's a party game, so enjoy the moment of releasing something and share it to people who swap, so they can also enjoy your stuff. So that's it. Thank you, and congrats.
Thank you very much for the feedback.
Well, first of all, I want to congratulate you, because I think that sometimes the exercise to design anything is to be able to think about what is going on in the minds of the players and what are they going to experience. And sometimes it's really interesting to put yourself in a situation of, okay, I'm not going to be able to see what is going on. The video game media, it's more visual than based on sound. I think that a lot of people here work in sound design and know that sound is really important, but it's true that video games until not so many years ago were relying more on visual than on sound. But you have been able to work really well on the sound design. You have taken that into account. Of course, there are things that need to be tweaked, but the accessibility or the level of detail that you have put on the accessible features, on the possibility of playing just with 2 buttons and a joystick, that they need to be polished. Absolutely. There are things, triggers to interact with, some things that need to be also tweaked. There are things to make better, but I think that you should be really proud to have thought about the accessible options, to have put the time to implement it. In fact, I wanted to congratulate most of these teams today, and of course the LECNAM and the professors for having such a high regard of accessibility, because that's also part of them. They have teach you, and you have also made the effort to add those features. So thank you again for that work. And in your case, again, you have made an extra mile trying to add more things, to try to polish it. And yes, it's a work in progress and things can be better, but you have made a great work and you should be proud of that. But also, I think that we all agree that sometimes it's hard to not be in charge in a video game where you need to be in control, and sometimes to be in the dark. Well, maybe you have someone like me that describes beautifully what is going on, but not everyone communicates as well. But it's true that, again, the concept you have could be really good. You can make a single-player game out of this for people with blindness, and it can be fucking amazing. For real, I will really love to see something like that. You have a lot of potential, so keep it going. Keep it going.
Yeah, we enjoyed it a lot. The only thing is, as we previously said, part of the fun is being a kid, in the sense that one is on the shoulders of the other. So the communication cannot be so fluid, in the sense, if my partner and I can communicate fluently, and my orders or his orders go fluently, it takes away part of the chaos. It should be. As we talked previously, when you have the paper glass communication with the kids, or distorting the voice in the message, in the communication between the players, you will have more chaos, and in that sense, it will be more challenging. And I know this is against accessibility in the sense that, okay, that gives away part of the, but at the same time, it increases the situation in which you have to receive one other and you're not quite sure what you have here because it's mumbling in your ears. So you have something else to go risky, okay? Anyway, we enjoyed it a lot. It was fun, it was nice, and the mood is sweet. Okay, thank you. Communication. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Some other experience to share or comments to make? I'm about to ask your partner just to see if it was part of her playing to make you frustrated. But I don't know who you played with. Salome, and she's not here today. Yeah. No other comments? Yeah. Thank you, Torsten.
Yeah, I'm Torsten from Amaze. I like the game, even when I was not really able to play it right. The communication between my partner was okay, but I did not what he said and told me, because I didn't remember the buttons I have to press. I was not blindfolded, but still, it's hectic. It's a lot of stress. It's pressure. So, and you don't get a lot of feedback. So, and I think to basically learn to how to deal better, even when you say this was the three different kind of how you say levels of easy, mid, and hardcore. The easy was already hardcore for me. Maybe the room could be bigger and less NPCs and less stuff where you can just like to learn how to navigate first and before you actually play. And I think that would be my advice. Just like to work a little bit more on the tutorial. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I see a hand raised?
Yes, just to let you know, I feel like your game is quite polished, especially for a M1 project, so congratulations on that. And also congratulations on the haptic feedback, because it's something I didn't saw too much here during this year, but it works very well, and it was a pleasure to use, so congratulations on that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, yeah.
Thank you. So, if I'm not frustrating myself, somebody else. Let's congratulate the team. And let's welcome the next one, which is Dan.
Hi. I'm going to introduce you our project Den. Then it's more an experience than a common game. So it's an interactive diorama populated by social creature. The main focus here will be the observation, as the only interaction you could have is by moving your cursor in the scene. We wanted to question the observer's neutrality and sensitize to their impact on an environment. To keep things interesting, we also wanted to make convincing creature, including by basing some of our research in ethology knowledge.
So now how does the gameplay actually support these ideas, and how does it work behind the scenes, because it can seem quite obscure when just testing. So to make it clear, the only interaction you have is by moving your cursor in the scene and by observing the reaction of the creatures. So when you get near, they're gonna get a distance and have a reaction, and this reaction depends on how you move your cursor. Is it a quick movement? Is it near to them? Are you approaching them in a more threatening way? And just with this proximity and speed, the game measures how the creature should react. So now that we have this micro interaction, the game also evolves on a more long-term way. So the creatures has this gray basic behavior where it can eat, hide, walk, or rest. And as you perform a type of interaction, you're going to set the group in a certain mood. For example, if you approach it gently and slowly a lot of times, it will get more curious and unlock a new behavior, like taking care of each other, grooming, etc. The idea behind this is the concept of biased observation. What you observe in the scene is actually the result of your own actions, and what you observe is not neutral, the observer is not neutral, and the environment is influenced by you. So we didn't want only to have a thing that lives by itself independent of the player. We wanted the player to feel his agency on the world. So depending on the mood you set the most at the end of the 10 minutes game, you will have a different ending with a special behavior. So for example here, the player has been really aggressive with the creatures. So they will start to, at the end of the game, chase the cursor and try to scream on it. And to see this ending coming, you have multiple additional informations, such as these special effects, visual effects, and also a sound that will evoke a specific emotion, depending on the mood that you set. That was quite the most challenging part of the game, because we didn't want to use a lot of words, actually not any text, and we have this cursor to place between clarity and minimalism that was quite confusing for players and challenging to set up.
So what the game look like? Here is the Momo, the creature we made. His main vectors of expressiveness are his hair and his tail. His tail is a flower trompe-l'oeil to attract insects, which are his main food source. We worked with an ethologist to make convincing lifestyle, behaviors, and movement heavily inspired by primates. For example, on the left, they are groom each other, which is a result of a curious mood. And on the right, the Momo is performing an alert scream, which is a result of fear interactions. The challenge of the animation was to deal with the AI system, to be honest.
For the environment, we wanted something between reality and abstraction, because fiction allows us to not be part of any prejudice. But to create a convincing world, I made research on real tropical environment and directly research on work of artists like Luigi Serafini, Antoine Orpé, or Impressionism painter. because of the fixed camera, we having to create different interacting place to observe the behavior of the creatures, like a place to eat, a place with water, a place to sleep, etc. I met we met three challenge in this game in the art, in the visual of the game. One of them was the aesthetic wanted, something really painful with the constraints of the optimization. So I made a lot of 2D digital painting and research with shader. And for the accessibility, we're having to make an eye contrast with the creature and the environment. So the environment is more light bluish desaturated colors, contrasting with the dark reddish of the Momo's texture. And the third challenge, very important, was gameplay feedback. We decided to make VFX and feedback extra diegetic, punctual, to significate the transition of the behavior states of the Momos. So we have different VFX, one for the curiosity, the fears, and the agonisty, and a mood indicator abstract to significate the different states of the moods we are into.
So about the user experience, or how to make a weird experience accessible for everyone. During the whole project, we made sure that the design of the game remained accessible by using tools like Ubisoft Chroma for the colorblind person. Also, we work on at outline mode is still in the game for the Momo, and we made it's not finished yet a total outline mode for the high contrast for the player who are visually impaired. For the automatic mode is a feature which you can be activated, which can be activated at any time in the option menu. It will change the state of the cursor, and you can select one of the three branches, the curiosity, the agnosity, and the fear one. With this option activated, little by little, now all the Momo will increase the behavior in the selected branch. If you choose curiosity, all the Momo will now, with whatever you want with your cursor, will grow the curiosity gauge, the invisible gauge. And with this, you can allowing to see all the animation, the iteration, and the ending to be sure everyone could enjoy the game. About the controller, you can play with the mouse, with the forward keyboard, with the gamepad, and with the trackball, and you can change at any time the sensitivity in the option. And for the playtest, we was three hypotheses, and we focus on that. The first one was how the game has been interpreted by the players, in particular the objective of the players. The second one was about the real relationship between the players and the Momo. And the third one was about the emotion. We also investigated if the Momo emotion during the game will have an impact in the emotion of the players after his game, with the SAM and the PANA scale, two scale in psychology to evaluate animation. The playtest also gave us the opportunity to reinforce our visual and audio feedback.
Hello. If you have not experienced that yet, this is going to be awkward. Anyhow, Momos are complex creatures expressing themselves through sound and behavior. This is a curious Momo. This is an aggressive Momo. And this is a scared Momo. Furthermore, the environment sonically reflects the global mood of the Momos. What you are hearing right now is a sound of an unaffected environment. The environment of the Momos is also very infused musically. That's it for me now. Momo out.
So we talk a bit about how Momo sound. We'll talk now about how Momo's AI works. First, I use fuzzy logic so that all Momos want to do a lot of things at the same time and just chooses to do the things he wants more. It makes the AI more convincing and more natural. So you can see here he wants to hide, but he also wants to rest. He just wants to hide more, so he's gonna go hide. We use a thing called smart objects. It was notably used by The Sims in 2014. The principle is that the Momo's AI is a bit dumb. He knows how to walk to objects. He knows how to use objects, but he does not know what to do to use those objects. Like here you can see he's eating out of a flower. The flower knows how the Momo can eat it, but the Momo doesn't. He just knows to go here and to ask the flower, what do I do? Smart objects have a lot of pros. It can be easily duplicated ad nauseam. So here you can see a lot of all the smart objects in the game. So there is heat, fight, grooming, hideout. There are a lot of things. If one thing breaks, it's easy to repair because it's in a closed box, and the other smart objects are clean. So it was very helpful. There are also a few special ones I'll talk about right now. So I got some counts too. For example, we had the smart agents, so the Momos had a lot of smart objects attached to them. So it made the scene quite messy, and sometimes it made it work a bit weirdly, because you want some objects only to be used by the Momo or only to be used by the other Momos. It's a bit of a mess. And at the end, we had to do some very shitty things, like setting parameters to 100 so that we are sure they do some things, because they're a bit like children. They do what they want, and to make them do things that we want, it was an hassle.
We just want to address a special thanks to the producers that helped us during the development, because we needed help for managing the project, and it was really helpful. And also to Ghislain Thierry, which is the ethologist and more precisely a primatologist that helped us along the development and provided us helpful research. Thank you, and we are ready for your feedbacks.
I think there's some Momos in the room. Be careful. So who wants to start first? Yeah.
Hi. Yes, hello. No, I was amazed yesterday. Hello, voila. So yes, because it's a game where the less you do, the more they behave safely, and this is an anti game pattern, you know, because you have to do a lot in a game and fight for your own ego. This is no ego; it's just letting them go. I'm making maybe a spoiler, but it's very important because it's what we learned from them. Just I wanted to add, because we had a conversation yesterday, is that have you ever seen the eye of a papagayo? It's exactly your game, but in a pupil, you know. A papagayo is a parrot. Stays, you approach, you keep the distance, and you begin to talk to him or her, and the papagayo is going to answer you. But it depends on if he likes the tone or what you are saying. Maybe it's not the word itself, but the feeling it has from you. The pupil is going to reduce or get bigger. When it's big, he's happy. It's okay. You are safe. When it's becoming very, very small, be careful. He can try to eat you. So what I was seeing in your game is same thing. It reminds me this, that is very natural. Is the way, you know, pupils are all the animals who have pupils have an action on that. But this bird is very clear, and in your game, you learn how to maybe take your distance, observe, or just not doing anything. You know. So I love this because it's an anti-game. It's not fighting for something, but finding the place of each one. So I love it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello. So first of all, thank you for your presentation. I think it's now clearer for a lot of us for what was the point of the game and what we had to do when playing it. I'm kind of also happy to see some codes in the presentation, the first time of the day. So thank you for that. And I have one question about it. If you had to start again, because you told us about how you implemented AI, what was the cons, what was the pros of your solution. So now you have all this knowledge about the AI you developed. If you had to start again, what would be different? What things would you make again? Choice? I mean, what did you learn with this process of creating your momos?
First, thanks for the questions. I love programming questions. At first, I learned a lot. I didn't know. I know very little about AI when I started the project, and now I know a bit more. I would still use Smart Objects because it's a wonderful tool. I thought about having two AIs communicating with each other. So a finite state machine, a bit more robotic, which we could use to trigger certain animations, certain things. Like right now, don't listen to your animal part. Just do what we tell you to do. And then when we don't have to tell him things to do anymore, just listen to the smart objects, vibes with the environment, go on. So that was an idea I got at the end of the development. Another thing I thought was to create tools, because the creation of the AI with the game designer was painful. Not his fault, mine, obviously. We had to work together a lot. So because he didn't have tools, he just had to do math, and math is hard.
The one like math, even us, so you can't blame a designer to not love math.
Disclaimer, he's a great programmer, he did a lot of things, he had me through it. Love him. Yeah, tools and maybe two AIs talking with each other, but it was at the end, didn't have time, blah, 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 you know the jig.
Thank you. And last thing, it's more maybe remarks on the game in the global. Indeed, it's kind of interesting of what kind of experience you try to make. I think the down part of your experiences is like we are lacking of time, and maybe in 10-minute experience, it's hard to really understand what we are trying to do with the game and with the momos, because it's kind of you kind of created a new language, code language, and momos language, and it's hard for a player to learn it without any writing feedbacks or clearer feedbacks, and in 10 minutes is something really hard to appreciate at clear value. So at least you try something kind of new in maybe not the best format, but you try it, and I think it's really interesting, and you choose a hard mode for your project, so congratulations for that. That's all.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. We had the same conclusion that just this could work. We could have this thing of pushing players to just observe the animation, the behavior, etc. But that's just too quick to do, and you have to put the person in a certain mindset, in a way of playing that is not natural for player, and we maybe didn't have time to do this. So that's interesting that you say that. We sound the same thing. Thank you.
Hello, hello. So thank you for the presentation and the experience. As my colleague said, it's quite a bold move to do this type of experience at this stage of the master, you know, because you need to learn a lot about video game creation and stuff. My question was more about the device you used. And as you know, animals are quite connected with eye contact, and you can say a lot with the eyes. And I was wondering if you thought about using an eye tracker, for example, or something like that, to put the emphasis on that, and also maybe create a link between the player and the world that he was immersed in.
Thanks for the question. To be short, it was an option, but not with this game. With another game, with another element, another AI, another comportment behavior, maybe, but it was too, the time was too small to use an eye tracker like a controller. And even for the playtest, I didn't have the time to use it. My bad, but I hope for another game.
There is also another reason. The big no-no in terms of game design for this decision was that we aimed at first for quite precise and subtle interactions, and eye tracker is quite fuzzy, goes everywhere. That's the way the game was designed was not so much fitting with the device, but the idea was explored.
Thank you.
Hello. You should have got me by playing with kind of dinosaurs, because that's kind of my favorite activities in fantasy. But I felt like playing with cats, so I think you got it right. But you know, we cannot really understand cats, and we will never. When there is a fine line when you tend to be abstract and it's beautiful, and there is a moment when it's confusing. And for my opinion, you went far behind the moment it was beautiful. The mood indicator, because I learned that it was mood indicator just today, was so abstract to me. I didn't even knew what was going on, and I had to. Me. No, rocket. Oh. Bonjour, Rémi. Oui? No? No. Okay, I will try to break this one also. Yeah, so I finished on that. It's just like the mood indicator. I was trying to overthink what it was. Was it danger zone on the map or something like that? And so I was really confused. And when I'm confused, I start to overthink and to imagine another game. So that's the problematic. But anyway, peaceful game. There was an experience a long time ago called Creatures, which was kind of playing with the first moment of AI in video games, and it was as confusing as yours. So yeah.
Thank you for your remark. That was a thing that we talked about a lot. Which way to go? More confusing, more abstract, or less, and losing a part of beautifulness. The mood indicator was a choice we made last Friday. So we went more to less abstractness, but we understand that we are still a lot abstract. It depends on people too. That's a choice, and a choice we made clearly. But we are happy to have your feedback, and we will try to do best. Thanks.
And to complete Corentin, we prefer to propose this UI to this mood indicator because it helps a lot of people to understand that something happening because of the the things they are thinking about, they are making in playing. At the end of the game, the mood indicator is unique for each other, and what we appreciate was the moment where when people say together, oh, we don't understand what we do. What do you have of symbol? And people so that they don't have the same symbol, and this is this discussion that is very important and cool to see. And I think we have to precise this UI, but I think the effect was concurrent for the first step.
Hi, so Cécile from Focus. I tend to agree a lot with what has been just said. And I have a question, like, do the side feedback, like with the purple for the curiosity, red lines for agonisty, etc., do they mean the same thing at the circle? Like, is it the same information that you're conveying? Yeah. I think it's a bit of a miss, since none of them were understandable to me. Like, at some point I thought that since there were like 3 potential black line connecting the little circle to the outer edge, it was maybe my relationship with each of the Momo. So, and the fact that you have 2 different stuff to signify the same thing, like, it's very confusing, and it doesn't help. Yeah, it doesn't really help building an understanding of what we just did. And so instead of, like, I played twice, and when I left after playing the second time, instead of being left with, like, wondering about my impact on this little society of Momos, I was left wondering, what did this mean? So, you know, like, it's shifting, like, the consequences of your own game. And I think, like, you can embrace the fact that you want to provide players with a feedback and, like, make it clear, or even if you don't want to make it immediately clear, at least make something that on the course of 2 or 3 runs it will be understood, and then we will have greater pleasure, I think, playing with it. And just to to add just a little extra on that, like, it was like on the floor you had put this earth, this soil, you know, and so I had to ask you why it was, and you said because it's for the people who pass to leave their mark. So, but then go all in, put it just where we have to stand to play the game, you know, like, so that I have to leave my mark and then I can see it rather than going around. Like, don't be shy. Like, you have great ideas, go all in.
For the installation, I asked with other people if it was okay to, first of all, does Engmin is okay to put soil on the floor? And on the second part was we asked for the accessibility, because we don't want it to not allow people with who have difficulties to access to the post if all is on the soils. So we let a corridor. I think if we have been able to do it, we put soil on all the Engmin, but it's a M1 student project, so and it was very smelling the day before you're coming, so.
Yeah, hi, Thorsten again. Yeah, I want to also to talk about the scenography of the installation, and I like this with the soil. This is really good, and I also was mentioning that maybe you have to sit in there, but I mean, you already answered the question. But also in regards of creating an installation, especially when there's so much behind the whole project, and you just enter this project and have no clue what is happening there, and especially when you say, even when you don't touch it, you are the better person, right? So you look at it. So, and I mean, it would be great to see a little bit more of some illustration or something like that, or a label, you know, what explains the different kind of stuff, what is going on. Because I think it's more like a scientific approach of game installation kind of thing. And I like those kind of things because they're interdisciplinary approaches, you know, and touching gameplay in a completely different way. And I think it's fantastic to showcase it in some kind of museums and just like in a big projection or an LED wall and stuff like that. I see it already in front of me. It's fantastic. But you really have to work on this scenography as well. So in the future, if you want to touch those fields. And also, I think it would be great to get some feedback, something what also one game was doing, that you get something back, you know, you get a paper, whatever, it's just something. Okay, that was you playing that game, and this now you get some feedback, written feedback or something like that. It would be cool.
The next group use a printer, so maybe we will ask them to make us learn how to print things for them. Great idea.
That's a great transition. Go ahead.
Just last thing, because it quite answers your intervention and also the person before. I think we had a lot of advices to add some explicit parts which could be at the beginning and at the end, like, and having this abstract emergent narration coming just in the middle of the experience and end it with a more personalized, maybe a description of how you behaved, what does it mean, extra, something really more explicit. And I think that's an interesting piece and that was said a lot. So thank you for the feedback. Absolutely, thank you.
Yeah, I maybe have a suggestion about how AI can help you on this game and can add more fun perspective also. Maybe with the microphone you can maybe do the sound, the Momo sound, to talk with them and to maybe empathize with them. And with this kind of features, I was wondering how did the collaboration go with the ethologist? How did you manage this on the development side?
I'm gonna try to explain because Capucine was mostly working with the ethologist, but I'm going to answer and she will complete if it's not exact. But it was more in the pre-production, so we had a base of behavior that we wanted to make based on the research that we already made individually, and we had a code where we presented what we wanted to do. In the type of branches, agonisty, fear, curiosity, and is it really representative of the emotional panel of primates? And we had this goal to redirect our ideas, and it was really. He also presented us other things that we could do, other behaviors that we didn't think about. The fact, for example, to be more precise. That when you approach a creature, even if a primate, even if it's curious, it will also keep a distance from you. You will never be able to pet it, to be near, to touch it extra. So we really had this thing to implement that it will always have a distance, longer if it's more scared, but always a systematic thing. That's this kind of thing that were useful with the ethologist intervention.
Thank you. Just a final question to the Momo's voice. How is your mood now? Thank you. So let's congratulate the team, please. And let's welcome the next team. Let's keep mysterious as well. Baki.
Hi everyone, I'm Pablo, game designer for Baki. I'm here with Luna, game artist, Mumin, ergonomist, and Matteo, programmer. And we're all here today to talk to you about Baki. We're super glad to be here. And okay, you might know it, but Baki is more an experience than a game. To sum it up, it's just, okay, it allows you to get in a room with a big machine, and you will have to discover this machine. This machine will let you move in an area by answering questions about yourself or society, and eventually it will print pieces of map that will allow you to move within this area. And at the end of the experience, another printer will print a fresco with laws and illustration, and these laws and illustration are directly depending on how you answer the question and which path you took in the area. So yeah, the way we've been working on Baki was kind of particular. We got super lucky because we came up really, really fast with a very unique yet shared vision of what we wanted to do with the experience. And we've been staying tied to this vision until today. So since this day, the way we worked on Baki was very intuitive and organic. And we feel like even if you might have questions about how it works, the best way to talk to you about Baki for the next 10 minutes is just to explain to you how we came up with this vision and how we've been giving life to it for the last 3 months. So, at the very beginning, we decided to not do anything before all agree on a very deep level on what we wanted to do with Baki, because at the very beginning, we just knew we wanted to use thermal printers, but it was basically it. So we came up with 4 pillars. The utilization of the thermal printer would create, like, naturally a rhythm in the game, because we wanted the players to switch, like to go back and forth between a digital part and a physical part that would use the printers. So we wanted an intense rhythm in their experience. It also implied that we would have a physical installation. Doing back and forth in an area is cool, but if we decorate this area and give a mood to it, it's even better. And so the unusual gameplay with the printers and the area made us want to make it unsettling, to create a big machine, very cryptic, very mysterious, and yeah, to just enhance everything else. And the printers would allow us to create a tangible souvenir of the experience that users could keep. So yeah, that was the départ. And then, we came up with the gameplay that would switch between two parts. So questions about yourself and the navigation on the map. It can sound a bit weird, these two parts, and very independent, but it was kind of logical to us. The navigation part would allow us to use a lot the printers and to create the rhythm, because the pieces of map would do a lot of this back and forth we wanted. And the personality test part felt very engaging to us, and also would use the tangible souvenir part, because we would collect a lot of data on the users, and we could print a very, very unique memory souvenir at the end of the experience. So when we came up with this gameplay, we decided, because we knew it was kind of weird, to test it, to play test it as soon as possible.
Yeah, so we organized quickly a paper prototype playtest to test if the navigation throughout the test personality works together, and if it understand by the player. So we start with this. So we use like from scratch papers, or we use like a set of papers with questions, like binary questions. A map with an overlay, and we have an assistant who follow the direction that the player tells the assistant to do, and also a progression bar to make a time limit and to understand if the pressure is understand and if all the gameplay is understand as well. For the results, we saw that the experience itself was really appreciated by the players, and we saw also that had a huge engageability. So we wanted to keep that for the next prototypes, and the aim for after is to make the game better like we wanted to do, with the same aspects on the game and an understanding, and it can follow all the process. And we want to keep the same experience in the paper prototype, but on digital. So now let's talk about the artistic direction.
Okay. So at this point of the production, with the very encouraging feedback that we received on the first session of playtest about engagement, we started to implement graphic assets to reinforce user immersions, while also testing the intention that we had for Baki's universe. So our main goal was to find an artistic direction in visual design and sound design that would fit in well with the mystic aspect and assembling aspect that we wanted to give to the experience, while putting the user in a posture where he has very few points of reference and where everything he sees is nothing comparable to what he's used to. So the main... Yeah. Okay. Ah oui, bravo. So the main challenge with the visual direction is that the user is meant during the experience to manipulate several supports, several medias, sorry, like the printed chart, the printed manifesto, sorry, the map, the digital interface. So our goal was to find and maintain a form of coherency between all of these elements to make it seem like a whole. And yeah, and also to lend credibility to the game's universe, to make it feel more alive. And yeah, so to achieve this, we divided the mood boards in several parts, which concerns each aspect of the game individually, like you could see on the last slide. So we ended up with a kind of halftone aspects, mainly inspired by the natural flows of thermal printing that guided the making of all the different visual elements of the game. And yeah, we ended up testing and experimenting with scaling to find a more organic results that would give the universe of the game more authenticity, and that would also fit in well with the aspirations we had for the machine, because we wanted to give the user to give born to ambiguous thoughts about whether the machine is is alive or not. So, speaking of the machine, we regrouped many different references, for example, we took inspirations of different plastic artists that have worked on hybridization between man and machine, or organic life and technology, and also more famous work like Existence Z from Conrad or Alien from H.R. Giger, and up. So we ended up with this machine, which is mainly made out of recycled materials and recovered materials. And as for the sound design, he was mainly made respecting the machine we used during Baki. So our sound designer worked on making sound that would find the right balance between fitting well with the ambience we want in the atmosphere of Baki, but also with the sound who will be perfectly understandable to ensure that the information that were meant to pass through sounds would be correctly received by the user. And so we ended up with many sounds that are halfway between organic sounds of nature and also technological and mechanical sounds that we remind the user of machine. Yeah, so now I'm going to pass the mic to Matteo. No, Mumin. My bad.
Yeah, so after we set the artistic direction and we advanced with the paper prototype, we passed to the digital prototype playtest. So in this part of playtest, we set many sessions throughout the 2 months left to test if the questions are understood in our new interface and if the navigation as well is understood. So we have such results that are made in the paper prototype, but we have a problem with this prototype playtest that Matteo is going to explain right now.
So during this playtest, we started to remove the explanation of the experience to let the player discover it all by themselves. But we started to have a main issue that the player doesn't understand what's going on, because we wanted to make a complex experience without explaining anything. So of course it was going to cause some trouble. Sorry. Yes, with playtest feedbacks, we started to add some audio feedbacks and visual feedbacks. To make it more understandable, and we made a huge work on the map to make it more easy to navigate, even if you didn't understand completely the movement system. Making the game understandable became our main goal in the development. It helped us to know if a feature was a good idea or not. We had to count some of them because we were not able to explain them correctly. We also added a tutorial at the beginning of the game where the player answers a bunch of questions that are explaining the system, like do you understand that you're moving, or do you understand that you can change the direction at any time?
So, to conclude, yeah, developing Baki was a great experience, very good human adventure. We had a strong idea at the very beginning, and then, as I said it earlier, it was very intuitive. Yet we had 2 main focuses that helped us a lot during the development: keeping the engagement we found on the paper prototype, maintaining it as we added features, and not lose the users and make their experience too hard to understand. And with these 2 goals in mind, we added the features, and now we ended up with the results you already tried, maybe. And we are really glad with it. And yeah, we feel like we didn't lose ourselves too much. And yeah, a couple of weeks ago, we were talking with Etienne, who actually said to us, he tried the paper prototype, and then he tried the game a few weeks ago. And that's just what he told us. He was like, oh, that's funny. There's a lot of other stuff than the paper prototype, but it's kind of the same. It didn't change. And I don't know if he was trying to make a compliment, but that was like the best thing we could hear at this moment. So thank you, Etienne. We're really glad, and we hope you liked the experience if you tried it, or you will like it if you will try it. And thank you for listening to us. Maintenant, j'ai rien à dire en fait. Super.
Thank you. Yeah, a lot of hand rising. Okay, which is the higher? Okay, I'm sorry. I will come just after.
Hello. Thank you for your game. It's brilliant. It's you said you were aligned in the vision very early on, and we can feel it in the experience. There is a really a consistency between the installation, the game, and the question you are asking. And I also like the different layers you have in your game. I saw few people playing. Some are only interesting about exploring the map, others are just around the moral compass. And the best is when you're doing the same. And you said it was a tutorial when you're asking, do you understand that you're moving or not? But for me, it was like a meta game. It was a bit okay. You're inserting between do you need to punish your child and do you want to break your knees or your arms? Some game elements. So it's brilliant, and the aesthetic, the sound, just perfect. Congratulations.
Thanks a lot. Big shout out to Maël, the sound designer, who is working, so he can't be here with us today. But he's yes. Shout out to him, and thanks a lot.
I completely agree with what you said, and I was in the room with with you, but didn't play it, just watching, because I played before and we played as two. So for every question we had to decide in a flash debate what was the answer, and this is also a good kind of game for partners. You just have to decide quickly if you agree or not, but you need to press because the time is ticking. And we finished some of our debate, just like is beer or wine right or left, and we finished this debate after the experiment. So that was my first feedback. Is it's fun just looking at it. It's fun playing at it solo, but it's fun also playing at it as partners. So congratulations for that, because that's the global achievement. It's for everyone, player, non-player, watcher, whatever. The other thing is we have quite a lot of Ubisoft people here around, and we have an expression: when it's done, it's ship it, which means don't change anything now and ship it. So show that game anywhere. So congratulations, you did it.
Dinguerie, faut que je le dise. Thank you, thanks a lot.
Hi, so Cécile from Focus. We're starting to have our little gang of people who speak. So thank you for Becky. I really loved the art direction. Like it's really. I was super eager to play because I was just looking at the poster and it was really beautiful. And when I left, and it kind of echoes what Torsten was saying earlier about then, like living with my little papers, I felt so happy because I got a little piece of what happened. And what happened, so I'm not really sure. I actually felt really dumb because so I arrived to the playtest after with my little papers, a whole bunch of them, and Camille saw me and she was like, "Oh my gosh, what happened? You had so many." And that's when I realized that I was actually supposed to look at the pieces that got out on the printer that was behind me. And so I only actually played half the game because I like as it just was said before, the questions about, are you aware that you're moving? I mean, of course I am. So I was wondering whether it was intentional to have the printer behind you, behind the player, so that maybe they can just dismiss it, or if it, yeah. or is it? Does it often happen during the playtest?
It happens not so often, but we make sure in the game that we're not going to be blocked on the navigation. So if we don't understand all of the navigation process, it's not that deep because we can play and have the laws and all of things. So the important thing for us is to have a great experience and be immersed. So it's not the
no, it's true.
It's okay.
I agree. It wasn't actually that bad to not realize that before. And just one thing, I was a little bit, just a tiny bit disappointed when reading like the whole analysis of my personality. Because it felt a bit disconnected from what I answered. So I was wondering how you did that, like. Yeah, or maybe I'm just not ready to accept the truth.
No, it might not be accurate because it was very weird to us to make this system because we first wrote the questions and then we had to kind of put ourselves in our own test because we just sat together and were like, okay, what does it mean about you if you answer this to this question? And we just had to. Like, yeah, there is a big bias in the way we, in the way we interpret. I don't know everything because it was made by us and we're absolutely not. We don't have any legitimacy to do this, and it just it was a very particular exercise to us. It was funny to do actually, but yeah, it was just you don't have to take seriously what is written. Like really not. It's just supposed to be aesthetic and maybe funny to read, but yeah, just to give a souvenir. And we felt like it was not a big deal, as I feel like most of the personality tests are actually bullshit, and it's super engaging to do and to read, even though we know it means nothing, and we were just kind of looking for this feeling. But yeah, don't stick to what is written. Please. Also, Mr. the Deputy who tried the game, don't Oh, asking AI to write the papers for us? It could be fun, actually. We didn't think about it, but it could be fun. I really wonder what it would give. Maybe we should give the one we did and the one by the AI, and the goal is to try to guess which one is written by whom. I don't know. Yes.
Yes, Louis from Asobo. Thank you very much for this experience. It was really cool, even if me, Mélusine, and Cédric didn't add the full experience because we had a bug. We only had one printed paper, and we.
It was not a bug.
Ah.
You didn't feel the bar because you were.
Okay, we didn't understand that. But for us, the experience was still amazing for us because we had a lot of debates. It was very cool to talk about very important and meta topics with Cédric and Mélusine, so it was very cool. But I have a question. What was the process to choose the questions? Because they are really good. Maybe there are no process, and sometimes this is the best way to.
No, there's not a big process. It was just yes. You can see the process.
Okay.
You really can see the process. It was just we needed a lot of questions, and the only things we had to keep in mind, we just wanted to be question, where everyone would not answer the same thing. But if it's the case, if like we were asking questions to ourselves, and if we had disagreement, it was good. We could put it on the game, and it's just the only rule.
Yeah, I just wanted to answer and to rebound on the co-op part because actually we discovered very interesting things on our own experience during the EGS because it was mainly designed to be played in solo, and many people, even people that were not knowing each other before playing the game, ended up playing together, and that's when we discovered that it could be fun to be played with many users at the same time, and it could be like a good brise-glace to learn to know someone deeply without passing by the discussion meuble ou bateau. Yeah.
Yeah, also, I wanted to add the fact that when you play on co-op, you aim to debate a lot. So the fact is, you have to respond quickly to the question, to add the paper, etc. So it's like the negative way to play in co-op. It's like you don't really advance much on the navigation, but if it's like you played it, it's fine.
Hello, here. Thank you for your presentation and for the experience. So apparently, I don't have any personality because it never printed. So, but my way of playing was weird also. So, first of all, I wanted again focusing on the space you use for this presentation. It was awesome using the mocap room. First of all, because it's dark, and as a light direction you use was awesome. I feel like you also had the cameras from the mocap, which were plus the window. So as a player, you feel like people are watching you, which is quite interesting. And I really enjoyed the whole experience and also the artistic direction that you put it here. So congratulations on that also. Could be interesting to see if the machine could go a bit further than asking questions. Could be interesting to see if she could print answers also. A little bit like what Inscription is doing with cards, where the cards are speaking to you and breaking the fourth wall. But overall, it was an awesome experience, and I recommend if you didn't play it. So congratulations.
Hello, I will not congratulate you because you already know that I love your game. I just have a quick question. That is, do you track? Oh, hello. Do you track general answer of the question?
Yeah, but it's a game design question, or
yeah, no, it's just a question about about the game. Yeah, do you track all the answers that was?
Yeah, we track everything in the game. The answers, the movement in the game.
And between session?
What?
Between session? Between
yes.
Play session, so you track everything?
Yes.
Oh.
We have all your answers, we have all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need to do something with that.
We track everything also because as for the game design, we also used information like the time you made, the time you take to answer a question, or the time you spent between two questions. We used statistics like that to define the illustration that would come up on your manifesto, because there are the laws that are defined by the answer that you give to the question, but your behavior playing the machine and manipulating it also impact the way your manifesto look at the end. And we wanted to have those two aspects of the user experience printed on the manifesto.
Yeah, I just wanted to congratulate you because the game is great, the experience is great. I just have a question. The only complaint I could have, which is very little compared to everything, but did you thought about using, for instance, a tactile screen, a touch screen to answer?
To answer this question, the machine you saw on the experience right now is really recent, and we use. My bad. Yeah. So yeah, we use classic screens all along the process. So we didn't think about the fact that when we incurve the the screen, the people gonna think it's a tablet. So yeah, we we can reconsider it, but it's like we have a strange machine, and I think it's kind of cool to say that, I know it's not tablet, we have to use a mouse and etc.
One more sentence about this. Yeah, we thought about this, but at first, initialement déjà, sorry, already, the machine wasn't meant to be controlled with a mouse, with a wheel mouse. We considered for a while a trackball, because we wanted to put the user as far as possible away from what he's used to manipulate in his daily life. So we wanted to have a machine who cannot be controlled like a tablet or a computer or what. But by lack of time, we ended up getting a wheel mouse. But at first, we didn't want that.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I have to end the discussion. So let's congratulate the team once again. And let's have a small break, so 10 minutes sharp, and so we can have time for the 3 remaining projects. So be back at I think it's I don't know what time it is. Yeah, so 3:40 sharp, please.
marche d'ailleurs.
Il marche.
Il y avait un problème qui était cramé ou je sais plus quoi.
Hello again. 3 more games, 3 more projects. So you're ready? So let's go and let's welcome the new machinist, please.
Thank you for coming today. This is a new machinist.
Ah bah c'est bon, ça enregistre. Le grand, l'incroyable, le fantasmagorique théâtre de marionnettes recrute un nouveau machiniste. Vous êtes créatif, vous avez des expériences en son, en décor, en lumière, en poulie, en mécanique et autres rouages. Votre emploi de rêve vous attend. Avec ma magnifique et délicate console, vous pourrez mener à bien des pièces tout droit sorties de mon imagination. Faites s'évader petits et grands de leur quotidien, récoltez les applaudissements chaque soir et venez raconter des histoires avec un metteur en scène de génie. Notre famille vous attend dès aujourd'hui, alors n'hésitez plus, rejoignez-nous. Envoyez vos CV à melanie.recrutement@grandthéâtre.com. Nous étudierons avec attention vos candidatures et nous vous ferons passer un petit test technique. Rien n'est trop beau pour mon autre théâtre. Alors, je le répète, notre nouveau machiniste, ce sera vous.
So, New Machinist is a narrative game with a physical control console. You are the new machinist of a mechanized puppet theater. Your role is to control all the elements on stage. This is your first day. The creator of the theater, who will be the narrator, gives you an unforgiving technical test. Unfortunately, the console you have to use is not a standard one. It was built by the narrator and is rather exotic. As the player, you'll have to decipher how this console works while handling the narrator's mocking remarks. The choice is yours. You can try your best to get to the end of the play, or you can try to experiment with the console and test the limits of the narrator's patience. So this clip is a gameplay overview. We developed a virtual console that you can see in the upper right corner.
Alors, tu en penses quoi de cette console? Impressionnante, hein? C'est moi qui l'ai construite en même temps que ce théâtre, avec mes petits doigts de fée. Des lumières à l'ambiance sonore, en passant par les éléments du décor, elle peut tout contrôler. Oui, bravo, incroyable. Oh, je pensais pas qu'il y arriverait. Eh ben, c'est pas trop tôt. La journée va être longue, hein. Ah, je n'aurais pas dû te laisser la voie libre. Je me retrouve à devoir improviser là-dessus maintenant. Ah, je ne suis pas assez payé pour ça. Mais bon, je suis le patron, ça peut s'arranger. Qui t'a demandé de complètement changer mon scénario? Ce n'était pourtant pas si difficile de suivre un plan logique sur ma console si sophistiquée. Qu'est-ce que tu racontes, Jérôme? C'est de ma faute? Foutaise, elle est parfaitement ergonomique, ma console. Libère la princesse sur le champ et prenons le temps de faire connaissance autour d'un verre, continua-t-il. Comment as-tu pu oser postuler dans mon éblouissant théâtre avec un niveau pareil? Reviens dans 15 ans, hein, quand tu pourras à peine frôler mon génie. Mélanie, appelle le candidat suivant et mets-moi ce machiniste du dimanche à la porte.
Some words about our intentions in this project. We wanted to invite the player to disobey the narrator and by extension the game, in a way to give them the thrill of the forbidden. To support that, we wanted to give the player room for expression by allowing them to explore the controller like a big toy. We added narration to support player incentives to experiment this controller. We'll go into more details. So the controller is the main feature of the game. You can see it here. It's the real thing. It's deliberately complex. It's the only challenge in the game, and we've put all the friction into it except for navigating the menus. It's also complex to give room for player exploration. We want to give them. We want them to only want one thing: to push all the buttons. The narrator built it with his own logic. According to him, it's the others who have to follow his thinking. For instance, there are labels with symbols meaningful only for him. The console is divided into modules that are activated as the game progresses. There are modules for the control of the curtain, projector, scenery, props, etc. Each module can be seen as a mini puzzle.
As you've seen, we've ended up with a pretty big controller with, and why is that in that order? I don't know. We've ended up with a pretty big controller with up to 17 buttons, 9 toggles, 3 rotary encoders, 4 faders, among which one is motorized, 3 potentiometers, and 22 LED indicators. Always listen to Lily when it comes to ergonomic design. The size of the controller had a lot of impact on its technical design. For example, it needed a lot of inputs and outputs on the board we would use, so we decided to buy a bigger Arduino Duo. The problem is that the Arduino, and especially this type, is not built to power that much components, especially LEDs. So we needed to power the controller with an external power source. This resulted in a cable nightmare on the casing that you thankfully can see. Here it is. But I think it was all worth it because we have a beautiful controller at the end.
As a mainly narrative game, let's now talk about narrative design in A New Machinist. So there are 2 interlocking narratives, the game itself and the play that the narrator tried to tell during the test. In order to avoid complexity, we made the play very simple and basic, save the princess type of trope. The narration is sliced in multiple sequences composed of dialogues from the narrator and tasks that he asks the player to accomplish. The game starts with introductory sequences that act as an onboarding, introducing the narrator, the theater, the player's role, and what they're going to do. Then the game follows up with sequences that form the play the narrator wants to narrate. Finally, the game ends with the last sequence, triggered at the end of the play or after 10 to 15 minutes have passed. In this sequence, the narrator concludes the interview most harshly, based on how much patience he has left. And these clips will show the effects of the overall performance on the ending. Yes.
Et c'est sur cette magnifique fin que nous pouvons conclure notre test. Ah, enfin un test qui s'est passé comme sur des roulettes. C'était rafraîchissant d'enfin avoir un machiniste qui savait ce qu'il faisait sur ma console fantasmagorie. C'est sur cette magnifique fin que nous pouvons conclure notre test. Alors là, tu me laisses sans voix. Comment as-tu pu seulement postuler au poste? Je juge la qualité d'un machiniste à son intelligence. Tu m'as tout l'air très incompétent et je pèse mes mots. Honnêtement, tente ta chance dans un zoo. Peut-être que les chimpanzés seront moins...
The play follows the classic Save the Princess trope, not very interesting in itself at first glance. The aim here is not to lose the player with a narrative too complex, too complicated. The play is there to reinforce the player agency and incentives. The narrator is more and more unpleasant and problematic as the game goes on, to the point where he becomes obnoxious. The goal is to give the player the urge to go against him by having fun with the console and the inputs. The story the narrator wants to tell is rather boring. Here we give the player fun alternatives to change the narrative. For example, the hero equipment can be a helmet and a sword, a bunny ear, with a carrot or a beret and a baguette, and so on. And this clip will now show the narrator being obnoxious.
La fille du roi avait été enlevée. Heureusement qu'on est là pour les récupérer les donzelles, hein. Et rien de mieux qu'un lieu viril pour bien se préparer. Ah, de mon temps, c'est pas sur des sites chinois qu'on trouvait la meilleure camelote, hein. Même si, à mon époque, on avait le droit de fumer dans les voitures, mais que veux-tu?
Each time the player experiments or makes a mistake with the controller, the current narrative sequence is interrupted with another sequence. This enables us to write fun reactions for the narrator in the mind of Stanley Parable. the more he is interrupted in his main sequences, the more he will lose patience. He will also react differently based on how many times the same interruptions has been triggered, which permits us to write even more alternatives. To experiment how the narrator will react is something is another incentive we are looking for.
Le valeureux héros se dirigea vers le lieu. Qu'est-ce que tu fabriques? Relève le rideau tout de suite. Bon, et fais attention par la suite. Faut pas le baisser n'importe quand. Où est-ce que j'en étais? Le valeureux héros se dirigea. Tu as vu tous ces beaux... Ah, encore avec ce rideau, mais laisse-le tranquille, enfin il t'a rien fait. Rappelle...
Oh, sorry. We also added many secrets and Easter eggs to unlock while exploring the consoles.
Le valeureux... 2 cafés dans la même matinée. Écoute, je sais que tu n'es pas le comble du divertissement, mais je ne m'endors pas non plus. Le valeureux... Oh, j'y tenais à ce projecteur. Je disais donc... Ah, sapristi, mais c'est qu'il est bien trop rempli et brûlant ce café. Mélanie, une serviette et vite.
Okay, so for the art direction part, in the New Machinist, players evolve within a mechanical theater inspired by steampunk aesthetic. We've focused on game feel by making as many elements of the scenery as juicy and satisfying to manipulate as possible. Okay. To support the idea of dual storytelling, we choose to represent theater elements with 3D assets like the curtain, gears, etc. And while the multiple 2D visuals are part of narrative told by the narrator.
So, for the puppet itself, we choose to have to remind the wood carved puppets. It acts more like a dummy for the player to dress up. And the design doesn't allow the puppet to move on several axes, so it will only move its limbs forward or backward. And several animations were made for the walk, the game over, and the victory. As for the accessories, so as mentioned before, it comes as a set: the beret with the baguette, the chicken with the mug, the bunny ears with the carrot, the helmet with the sword, and the headphones with the broom. However, you can choose your outfit, so go for a night if you want, but why not take bunny ears with a sword? After all, it's your choice, and who knows, maybe you have a better fire resistance with bunny ears or a chicken hat than a helmet. Who knows? Anyway, that's for the player to decide and to have some fun with the accessories and the puppet.
In a New Machinist, the sound design play a key role in shaping the playful tone of the game. As it revolves around the player interacting with a complex console, my goal was to make every physical interaction feel rewarding for the player. The controller is a big toy, as you can see, and the sounds you make with it, the faders, the potentiometer, etc., should make even more sounds. So there is a speaker we put in front of the console because we couldn't put it in the console, and it played the sound the console should play normally. The audio direction leans into a steampunk vibe with a mix of metallic clunks, creaking woods, and satisfying gear mechanism. This theater is kind of magical, the kind of place where things work, but you don't never quite sure how. This ambiguity is reflected in the sound, sometimes exaggerated, sometimes broken, always a bit unpredictable. Each cardboard scenery has its own ambience that changes dynamically depending on the time of the day. And yes, it's a very narrative game. We recorded over 700 voice lines. And it was really important to record to the voice acting to be here because the player will be mostly focused on the controller. So it will be hard for the player to read the subtitles and interact with the controller. So it was the must-have of voice acting.
So production isn't a smooth ride, as you may know, and we've encountered a number of challenges. I'd like to focus on one of them. As you can see, over a period of 5 to 6 weeks, we've changed our pitch several times. It was a difficult situation for everyone to deal with in terms of organization, production, and morale. Fortunately, we finally found a balance and a direction in the version you were able to test yesterday. What we've gained from this is a better understanding, and we hope a better management of this kind of situation in the future. And finally, I shown on the front page of this famous journal of the Daily News, the director handed up in the lock and key. Indeed, after dozens of technical tests and damning testimonials from the candidates, it turned out that he had completely abused and humiliated the aspiring machinists. You can now rest easy. Besides, as you can see, we are a great team, but without a single UX designer. So we did our best to do an anti-UX design controller. Many thanks to all the team, helpers and playtesters. As game artists, we've got Gabin, we've got Nathanael and Daphne. As programmers, we've got Paul, Edouard, and the help of Mathieu. As the sound designer and composer, we've got Tanguy. And as game designers, we've got Mathieu and Justine. And very thanks a lot to Tom, who is our voice actor. And thank you all for your attention.
Thank you. So, feedbacks. Who wants to share their impression while playing this machinist apprentice? Yeah.
Congratulations. It's very polished anyway, even if it was pretty messy perhaps to produce, but that's video games. I just felt the subject was what is happening into the room of the machinist, and honestly we don't care too much about the play, and you can cut a bit into that, so it's the jokes are good all along, even on the play. But I think for getting a more compact and a logical, to be more on point, you can consider the play as a secondary subject and stay focused on what's on. It's already there, but you can shorten a bit eventually. But it was really funny. We made, I think we were pretty bad at we never finished the play, I guess. And but we had a lot of fun. We played 3 of us, so it was even funnier. Again, you expect an experience for a solo player, and it happens to be really funny when you start to, because sometimes we found the right button, but we were 3 pressing some button, and we were wondering who was the one who found the right one. So it's kind of a game in the game. So yeah, congratulations, very pleasant experience, funny game, and we were bad, but you know, that's sorry for that, for the mess.
Thank you. Effectively, we can make it a multiplayer game, but it's for another iteration, maybe.
Hi, Cécile from Focus. I tend to agree with what has just been said. Actually, for me, the star of the show, it should be this controller. Like we've seen during the presentation, we kind of guessed before seeing the presentation that it was a lot of work. And it is what is truly unique about your game. And in some, the narration, like the writing, is very good, but in some sense, I felt like it was a bit stealing the show from the controller. And so I'm a very obedient player. So like I did only what the narrator was telling me to do. It was funny, and I could, while I was waiting, David was playing and he was doing nonsense, and so I could see the difference between the two playthrough. But I think like if you want to encourage obedient players, such as I am, to do messy stuff, well, don't have someone yell at them, because we feel very bad. But yeah, overall, very, very nice, very polished. I think if you were to, I don't know what your intentions would be if you were like to start over with this, like with the learnings you have. But if I were to ask you to do something, I would like you to showcase this controller even more.
Excuse me, what's the question? What would I do to showcase the?
I don't know, like because we understood that there was a lot of iteration going on, and at some point you needed to stop, and you stopped at a point where you're pretty happy with what you did. But like in a dreamland, would you be here, or would you do something else, or disregard my question if it's annoying?
Would you change something? Would you do something
about this project, or?
Yeah, about this project, yeah.
When we were iterating and rebooting the ideas, there was a question: do we keep the controller? Do we keep the game? It was the big question, and we decided to keep both and go over scope. So, in a way, it was a bad decision, but it was good for morale. So, if we had to do it again, I think we would have more time to think about design and refine the narration. I agree the narration is a bit too big and doesn't give enough room for the player. There have been cuts, so it shows. And we would have less technical problems, I think. So more time to refine that.
Hi, here's Thorsten from Amaze. We showcase a lot of alternative controller games as well at Amaze Berlin, and it's a huge success, and many people are interacting with the controllers. Do you think that this controller can sustain thousands of people? And how can you make sure that this controller will survive a festival?
Actually, it didn't really fully survive yesterday. One of the breadboard that's stuck under just fell. So we have some buttons that do some funky things. But I think that if we glued things better together, the casing is actually in aluminium and wood, so I think it's pretty sturdy. So it should be fine, I guess, if we stuck everything in place. We wanted to have a full day like that with like nothing on the bottom, so we could easily just remove it and plug everything back in if we needed to. But now that we stress tested it a little bit, we should be able to close it and have something more sturdy.
Another question I have, I mean, I don't know, was the team divided? So there was a controller team, and then there was the gameplay team, or how did you get together to make it work? And what was first, the controller or the game?
As we only had like about 6 to 7 weeks of real production, everything was made at the same time. Like Mathieu and I think Justin was also designed the board, and I made the electronics, and Jean-Sana and I built the casing, but everything was a bit rushed, and yeah. It was a great experience overall. I learned a lot, but not perfect probably.
Yeah, thank you so much, and congratulations to the game, and do more alternative controller games.
One more thing about the controller and the production. So as Paul said, we did all at the same time. So from a programming point of view, for the game, the controller is controller agnostic, so we can use the virtual controller or the physical one, and the game doesn't care, it works.
Thank you for your presentation. I like the concept because I like big machines. But obviously at home I won't have this kind of controller because it's too big and too specific. So it's nice to have in installation like in school or other place. And this kind of installation usually are to share an experience. But in your case, how you design the place, well, the room you had to present the experience when we wanted to see, we can't see anything about the player actions. So what did you choose this kind of layout for your presentation, for the game, for the playtest yesterday? And how do you think you can improve the, shareability of the game between the player and the public?
So we decided to have some share just around the player and build a space where the player can be isolated as in a machinist room. So that was our choice. The thing is that it's right, not everybody from all over the space can see the machine. If we have to improve this, it may be to have a space that is lower so that we can see just above it because the tables are just too high. Or maybe put the player on a stage, a little stage, so that everyone can see it.
Hi, I'm from Eunice University. I am from the other type of players. I am not obedient. I am like a cat in a keyboard, like pressing buttons from instant one. And as maybe you remember, I broke. Well, Javier and I broke the game like 3 or 4 times, creating situations that the amazing narrator was not ready for. I think that you take like a bold move with this, like having so many buttons. If a normal game has a limited one, you take like so many things that even Victoria 3 have not tried to like have so many buttons and interactions, which again is a bold move. But how did you manage to take into account so many interactions to try to again taking care of those possible crashes, taking care of those possible situations, and again another thing that also from the perspective of accessibility and user experience, why not trying so the narrator doesn't have to repeat himself, which is an important part. I don't speak French, but that I understood. Why not put an indicator of, hey, you need to achieve this, or remember that you were trying to do this, or a little bit of a hint, or maybe one feature that was in the Anthrax game that like a recall of all the texts that have been said. I don't know. This kind of things, maybe as an option, as an accessibility option you can enable, can help a lot to people that, again, as my French is not really good, maybe I don't understand some things, it's true, but at the same time I think that a lot of players will be able to to enjoy more the experience if they were not so lost.
Yeah, we try to do it by design. So when the narrator repeats itself, he will repeat what the player has to do. But by lack of time, we didn't do it for all the things he asks you to do. And also, by lack of time, we didn't put a journal of what has been said, but we thought about it. And I forgot the first part of your question. I'm sorry. Yeah, how did we manage to... Okay. TLDR, it was a mess. And it doesn't support it well for now. I thought about systems to take account of all the buttons pressed at the same time, because for now it does things, weird things. So that's another thing we will do if we had to restart. It's to take account of many buttons pushed at the same times, and so the game doesn't break. The game breaks because it tries to do many things, and the narrator tries to speak many lines at the same time, and it's not very robust.
And also, I will recommend you to have more than one correct condition. Like, for example, if at some stages you have to put the dial in a certain position, so maybe to have a wider range of a correct answer, or maybe to have 2 types of illumination that are correct. Just a way to try to get the player going. Again, I realize it's a puzzle game that you need to be correct sometimes, but maybe more than one option, maybe.
Yeah, we have a range of values for the faders, for the potentiometers, and so on. But the we have technical issues with the Arduino that send values that are changing all the time, depending on the LEDs. I don't know why, but so we did not have time to test very thoroughly and adjust the range.
Sorry, I think we have to end the discussion there, but you can go on after the presentation. So please, let's congratulate the team one last time. And let's welcome Iridescent.
For I am iridescent. Thank you, everyone. Iridescent is an ambient puzzle game about memory, loss, and acceptance. We aim for the players to explore abstract and emotional spaces where sounds and colors evolve with each puzzle, revealing blurred and fragmented memories. For this project, we had three main pillars that we keep in mind while working on Iridescent. First, we wanted to craft a cinematic and atmospheric aesthetics, something that feels immersive and emotionally rich. Then, we wanted to build a world that has a story, but not a story that's meant to be told. It's an open and suggestive narrative, where emotion drives the experience and evolves through the games, while meaning is left open for the players to interpret. And then we wanted an evolving perception through art, light, and mechanics. Each level is designed as a new emotional moment, visuals, interaction, and passing shift progressively to reflect the character's inner transformation and guide the player through distinct moods. And for now, I'll let Felix tell you more about the gameplay.
Hello, so Iridescent is a first-person puzzle game with three mechanics, all based on the anamorphosis concept. Anamorphosis is a type of art where you have to be in a certain axis to reveal his true shape. We wanted the player to understand that changing his point of view can be a good way to see things with another perspective. Moreover, we wanted the puzzles to be relatively simple to let the player enjoy the ambience of the game. So, the basics, there is only basic first-person controller. Finally, the narrative delivered on the way back after the color reveal to rediscover the level. Sorry. To rediscover the level with another perception and support the idea of point of view.
For the art direction, we wanted each scene to design a distinct emotion with strong attention paid to light and contrast. The result is a world that feels immersive and expressive, sometimes grounded, sometimes more surreal, but always emotionally driven. And moreover, we wanted each level to explore a different emotional state using specific color, composition, and space to create a progression. But I will let Antoine tell you more about it.
So, in the level 1 start as a deserted, clear-obscure space. It's mysterious and minimalist. As the first level, it also serves as an onboarding space with carefully placed lights and level art to guide the progression. After the color reveal, the tone shifts toward a dominance of light blue colors to support the mood of isolation. Level 2 begins in muted gray tones, but since the blue has been unlocked, you can see that color in the level highlighting spot on the bridge. Our goal was to implement a forest fire without showing flames or burnt things. So we used deep red colors, ashes particles, and wet fog. In the level 3, the lighthouse is more grounded in its representation. We move away from surrealism to embrace something fully symbolic. Visually, light blue and red now coexist, creating a poetic atmosphere at a dreamy full moon. The shift to violet and dark blue after the puzzle reflects the character embracing the sadness of the atmosphere. Finally, the ending breaks with previous mood. It was a challenge to maintain a poetic, dreamlike art direction while creating something different. To do so, we're embracing a radical shift in tone with green as the dominant color, but all hues now coexist. It's vibrant, lush, and full of mood. There are butterfly, flower, and our grass becoming brighter as the player works, symbolizing acceptance and overall more positive level. Now, Marvin will talk a little more about sound design.
So for the sound design and the music, I decided to go from abstract to real and vice versa. Some sounds are real and being abstract, and some sound that may be abstract for some reason. I try to put it in the real environment of each levels. Then when the color is revealed in the scenes, we can hear changes in the audio, in the music, in sounds, and it accompanies the player during all the game. Then one main point I try to work on is hybrid music, when I blend together ambiances and music, like we will see examples after that. And then with the change of point of view, I tried to do different things in each level. Sometimes ambiances and music blend up, sometimes they split up, and I try to use spatialization and things like that to ensure that. So let's hear some examples. So here was the level 1 with clocks and keyboards. Then we have the level 2. Here we have guitars, distorted rocks, then we have fire and things like that to remind us always where we are. And then the level 3 with storms, lightning, and rain.
About the user experience, we have many features for Iridescent, and thanks to all the team for that. Firstly, you can choose your controller. You can play with the keyboard and the mouse or with the gamepad. And for both, you can have a full mapping. You can choose your sensitivity and more. In addition to that, you can choose your volume for the music, the ambience, the SFX. You can also choose your language. All the game is translated in French and in English. Same for the subtitles and the menu. But also, you can choose your graphics. It's about the field of view, the resolution, the luminosity, and more. Last but not least, you can choose your comfort. It's about have a reticle in the center of the screen, the vibration on the gamepad, a skip option, soon added, not in this build, but soon. The playtest carried out all, well, the playtest helped us all along the processes in a three major aspects. And the first one was about the comprehension of the different puzzle, the three puzzle. The second one was about the meaning for the game by the players. And the third one was about the emotion felt by the players for each level. I evaluated that with the SAM and the PANAS scale, it's a 2 scale for evaluate the emotion in psychology. And more generally, the playtest helped us to focus on the onboarding of each level to add better feedback, visual, audio, and haptic ones.
Now, a little bit about the development on the tech side. Iridescent isn't a very complicated or complex game on a technical standpoint, because it's basically a walking sim with a few bits of puzzle added. So basically there were only 2 features that were somewhat complex. They are the 2 images that you see here, seeing objects through the crystal differently than when you're not looking through the crystal, which took a lot of work with shaders and a lot of development there. The other one is the objects that are projected onto the surface behind them, which have to align correctly, and that was a lot of tech art work as well. Other than that, the rest of the work was basically implementing the level design, the art and everything, making sure the whole game flows together well, which wasn't any like long amount of time spent on a single feature that could potentially block progress, but just lots of small things that took the bulk of my time. Also, the UI was a pain.
So quickly to finish on the production part, the creation of Iridescent was very fluid, and decisions about scope were taken very early in pre-production. So we followed the classical rhythm with several prototypes and tests to validate our pipeline. Then a production phase, starting with the alpha, which enabled us to test that everything was working properly and regularly adjust our levels and the mechanics by iteration. And a beta phase that ended 10 days ago, so it lets us time to polish the experience right up to the present day. So thank you to my team for this project, to Antoine, to Felix, sorry, is in game design, Steven and Antoine, who are in game master, sorry, Marvin, who is the the sound designer and the composer, to to Raphaël, who is the UX designer, and to Baptiste, who is the programmer. Sorry, I lost the name of my fellows. And finally, to a very thanks to Lisa, who is our voice actress. Please welcome her.
Also, many thanks to Jean-Sana, our producer.
And thank you all for your attention.
Thank you. So who wants to start first? Iridescent. I know that you loved it. Okay.
Hi, Mélusine. I'm a technical artist at Asobo. First of all, thank you for the moving experience. Narrative design was very emotional, and I was maybe a bit soft, so I was quickly touched by it. We had the opportunity to talk a little bit after I tried the game, and I learned that you worked on Unreal Engine. And I was a bit doubtful that you didn't explore as much as you could on this engine because it's a very powerful one. So maybe you were a bit afraid of polys or textures. You could go, I think, furthermore into that way. But it was very pleasant to experience something a bit more, I don't know, how to say that. But you played with shaders, and that was very pleasant to experience, so thank you for that. Also, the music was a very nice touch. It really worked into the whole narrative, so overall, it was a very pleasant experience, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Who else wants to share? Yeah.
Well, I think that the first thing that comes to mind is that I wanted more. I really, genuinely wanted more. I thought that the mechanic that you used, that maybe you said it was not technically an amazement, but it worked, and you make it work. And I also have to congratulate you because I firmly believe that the progression of the puzzles were good, were nice, and you could even make more levels, mixing a little bit of them. Like, you have a really cool concept. And I know that you have a constraint of time, and you have done great with the time you were given. Like, again, congratulations. I firmly believe that you have done an amazing job, but please take all that knowledge, push further into the engine. I agree with that. And if you can continue, because you can get more levels, mixing the mechanism even more, and it's a cool concept, and you have made it work. So again, that's the exercise you were given to, and you have delivered. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Great, really great visual and emotional experience. It's yeah, I don't talk about it when it's good. So for all the other projects, when I don't say nothing about the visual, even if it's my job, it's because it was on point. So I talk about it because it was really on point. You had to be very minimalistic because of the visual optic games you were proposing, just like aligning shapes, colors and stuff. So it implies something really simple, which means that it was intentional to help people to understand the stuff. What I'm wondering now is, once you educate your player, so not for this game, or not for a 10-minute experience, but let's push a little bit farther, then going back to other kind of visual domains and to be more and more challenging to understand what's going on. But you know, it's a optic game, so for me it's a first step into something that can be even bigger. And when you go through emotions, through visual art, because it was a style, but you can explore many more now. So yeah, very smart, very pleasant, very well executed. I mean, you're not shy, and I can say it's for almost every group. You're not shy of doing things that are kind of blunt, sometimes kind of very emotional. So you open up a lot. You put a lot of yourself in your games, and so yeah, you moved me. So that's not easy to do. Great.
Thank you.
Hello, I had a question for the voice design. I was wondering, how did you choose your voice actress, and how did you manage the voice direction for your game?
So we did a few casting with the voice, and when we found the good one, when we found the good one, we tried a lot of records. We did each levels many times with iterations, with what we wanted to do for each levels. We did it in French and English, so it's different for the two languages because the pronunciation is not the same. The sound of the voice itself is not the same, so we work around it, and I think it's pretty well.
Thank you.
Just if I can add something, as a writer with John Sana, we worked both with Marvin when the recording was done, and we encountered Lisa thanks to our ergonomist Raphael. And when we was at the studio and we start recording the thing, we was like, wow, and we were really blown away by the quality. And I'm not saying that just because she's here, it's really honest. We didn't struggle with the voices. That was found really fast, and that was really great.
And yes, what was your main reference on this game? Because I have sometimes saw like What Remains of Edith Finch, that there are all the text and you move around, and it's very peaceful and contemplative. And sometimes I just waiting and saw the landscape. I was just okay with the music. I can stay here for much more than 10 minutes.
For the narrative part, yes, it's What Remained of Edith Finch. That was it. And for the other reference, we had some puzzle game like Superliminal, Manifold Garden for colors, etc. Grease. And you have, I think, some ambience-like game that you had.
We had a lot of ambience-like game, really indie games, and we also have references that wasn't from the video game. The narrative part was mostly inspired by a guitarist named Tonsold, who died and wrote things about the things that he knew he was dying. He has cancer, so we wrote about that, and that's really inspired us. And as for the lighting as well, we take a lot of inspiration from this, from movies and cinema to make a really this cinematic and dramatic lighting in a game.
Maybe in your presentation, you can put this reference in the base novel. So, but it was very interesting.
Okay,
congratulations.
Thanks for your feedback.
Some more questions, remarks? No? So if no, let's congrat once again The Voice and the team. And that brings us to the last project of today. Is it okay? So please let's welcome Anthrax et Paillettes.
Hello tout le monde. Oh. Oh. C'est où? Là? Non. Voilà. Derrière les jambes. Merci, merci, merci. Toujours mes lunettes. C'est bon? Let's go.
Bonjour! Hello guys, welcome to Anthrax et Paillettes. Welcome to Landrugam Cabaret. So in our game we play as Anthrax, a drag baby in their first tapes in a burlesque troupe. And so you can choose between 3 crushes and romance them backstage in and out of drag.
On va y arriver.
A trailer.
Désolé. Whoa. Up.
So I did the pitch. So
yeah, so let's talk about the intention of the game. To begin, this game is for queer people and by queer people, but it's light-on and have a lot of humor, and we want to reach everyone to accept the public. Then our game is unapologetically inclusive and diverse and really political. It treats of heavy topics regarding the reality of queer lives. and focusing on healing journeys. Also, we want a game that was rewarding, no matter the in-game, with illustration that we're going to talk about in game design.
So quickly about the game design, so Anthrax et Paillettes, let's say the terms, is a visual novel with a little dating sim, but we didn't want to add the toxicity that comes with the Otome games, so that's why we don't label it that way. And so quickly for the 3C, it's a point and click, it's a fixed camera, and it's a first-person POV. And quickly about the game design, you choose your crush at the beginning of your run, and there's a hidden love meta with multiple choice interaction that can lead you to other routes and different hidden, and it's a branch narration with unique hidden storylines and rewarding illustration, as just said Moomin. And I haven't finished talking about it, apparently. So the narration is the narration is entirely character-based. We have 3 crushes with their unique story, as I said again. And we aim to be as immersive and realistic experience of queerness, as we said again. And je suis big. And so we aim to add some replay value with the multiple choice selection. And yeah, so that's what the chronology is quite messed up, but that's quickly how the game is built. So, Anthrax's journey, our main character. We could all be Anthrax, let's say, if you have some sort of interest in drag. We follow them in their first few months integrating the troupe, and they're all quite an empty shell with no appearance and a little personality, but you can show a little during the choices. And you can you literally meet the company and learn about each of them during the routes and the runs. And you follow the story up until their showtime, and that's what we're all about. It's cabaret, it's showtime, it's paillettes.
When it comes to the universe, we wanted the player to be immersed in the 20s atmosphere, hence the Art Deco and Art Nouveau details. The cabaret is a place with a strong identity related to burlesque mixed with LGBTQI+ history and sphere. But what would Androgame be without its iconic characters? We wanted them to be diverse with very distinct personalities. It was important to us that the different themes addressed in their stories should be specific to the queer community and not just the cliché we can see usually in the media. For each of them, the theme addressed are linked to their journey before joining the cabaret and how it has shaped the person they have become. The details of the dialogue boxes, personalized for each of the characters, also make references to their identities as drag performers. Here, for example, for Léandre, we can see the chest scars represented as stars on the dialogue box to show that he can now express and let himself shine.
So for the character design itself, I wanted to be able to represent the trans community without turning into fetishism and show this two-faceted kind of character that goes from very shy out of drag into very cunty in drag.
And so to retranscribe this energy in music, I did this track for the show. This is an extract. So this was Deronné, and now let's talk about Aimé.
So for the main themes are Aimé. We also can show the character concept in the next slide. And for their dialogue boxes, there's someone who comes from the circus, so we wanted to represent the moon related to Pierrot. and how the two faces of the moon can shine on their own at the same time.
I wanted to show androgyny, so being a non-binary character, without relying too much on cliches, so without either going too feminine or too masculine, staying as much as the middle as I could, and show a multifaceted character that isn't just the black character, the fat character, or the non-binary character. He's all of them.
And we tried to retranscribe this poetic and floating aspect of his show. Their show.
And then when it comes to Imani, the dialogue boxes, we wanted to show his peacock as the drag performer, hence the peacock feathers that we wanted to represent in the dialogue box.
And for the design, I wanted to feminize a typically masculine looking, so more muscly, manly character without falling to the caricature of the drag queen. And also some Middle Eastern representation, because yay.
So again, music extracts.
For the graphics, it's mostly a kind of graphic novel style with kind of cartoon-ish elements. The environments are either alternating with between kind of dark and gloomy and bright and colorful, because it is a cabaret, but it's more to show the realistic side of a cabaret. The final illustrations, like you can see one on the right, spoiler, but it's inspired by Alphonse Mucha, kind of, in the vibe. And the VFX and emotes were to bring life to the character, to add a little pizzazz as you play the game.
And so the audio is here to emphasize narration without overloading, because people are reading. We try to do sparkling sound effects. And yes, you can, thank you, all of them. On top of that, we have immersive ambiances in each space and custom typing sounds by character, or if the game is describing something. So you can just, yeah, and for the music genre, you get it. It's pop, jazz, swing, mixing big band arrangements with modern instruments in my bedroom. And so all together.
Yeah, we continue our process all along the development of the game about interviews and documentation about the queer community and especially the drag community to understand their point of view and analyze and retroscript the better in the game. So for that we do real interviews online, and also real activity analysis on drag shows. That we can view on the game on the interview menu, where you can listen to the testimony of the drags. For our game, the challenges was that we didn't have a programmer, so we have to learn ourselves to program. We use Ren'Py, a visual novel engine, to do that. We got only one artist, so we needed extras, and really thank the person who helped us. We had a lot of team members here that work on another project, so it was difficult sometimes to pursue and do a great organization during the game, and also a large scope for the team size. In terms of accessibility, here are some main accessibility features, featuring text-to-speech, conversation log, text scrolling speed, and font change. And the game is already available in variety of hardwares, such as WebGL, mobile, macOS, Windows, and Linux. So, our ambition for the future is to release our game on Steam, Android, and iOS. Go to festivals to present our game, especially for festivals that support queer community or about queer community. Do this summer voice recording with grants and translation. The English is already on work in progress.
And that's us. So I'm Nathaniel. Tonight I'm Sjörigrör. This is Moumine.
Star Bovine.
Madame Potage Candice Delorme.
Le potage.
Gabriele Enoaoji.
Princesse Mamie Posa.
J'aimerais qu'on fasse un tonnerre d'applaudissements si possible. Ah non, non, Justine. La honte, oui. Justine Desmé.
Night B.
Et j'aimerais sincèrement qu'on remercie nos extras, qu'on fasse un tonnerre d'applaudissements pour Daphné Renaud, Maya Max Beauvois, Lily Boer and Nathanaël Rossignol. And I forgot to talk about it in English. Sorry. Thank you very much. That was us.
And yeah. Thank you. So who wants to react? Yes.
Hi, Cécile from Focus. I really, really loved your game. I think everything is very, very good quality, like from the art direction, the character designs, the writing is really good, the music are awesome. I also really loved that you added this backstage section. It was also funny because I recognized somebody, so I could ping them and said, oh, I saw you. But so, everything is really great. And I think, so I was wondering why, when you tackle such a topic, which in itself, like drag is like putting the gender in pieces and reconstructing it and making it your own. And I was wondering why you had not done the same with the genre. So now that I know that you did not have a programmer, I think it might be part of the answer. So I was wondering, like, at some point, did you had different ambitions on the gameplay itself, or from the very start you knew that you had to do with what you had?
I'm going to answer that because, well, that's my job apparently. So we really wanted to focus on the writing beforehand because it was important to us to represent as better as we could the reality of queer lives. And we didn't have the capacity or the want to revolutionize the genre. What we didn't want was to make a classic otome game where you're quite passive in a way that you're a people pleaser and that you have to behave a certain way to please a certain character, you know, the sorts of cliches like the nerd, the bad boy. We didn't want that. We wanted to have really personalized character with a really great, I don't know, really, really profound, deep backstories, and that's what we focused on. And we didn't have the capacity to do better, maybe.
It's fine. Really, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Hello. Pronouns, that's my biggest struggle. And I thought it was a pronouns game at the beginning because I didn't knew it was more a storytelling adventure and I was expecting a game. Now I know why. No programmer, not much of a game you can have. I saw also the branching you have on the narration, and I think as I could only experiment one branching with one character, with one crush, I was wondering if you should add less choices at the beginning and more choices after to make it more in your face that it's a branching game. But at the beginning, as I didn't know what to expect, I didn't know the kind of game, kind of autonomy game, but not too much. I felt it was I was going to be tricked by the pronouns, so I pay a lot of attention for each presentation of characters, kind of bit taking notes, to be sure that I won't. So perhaps there is a kind of game here where you can trick a bit your players or players like me.
It was pronouns was really at the center of our reflections during the pre-production, in a way that we wanted for even ourselves, Anthrax, to choose our pronouns at the beginning of the game, but that implied a whole lot of different complexities that we didn't have the time to deal with. So that's why Anthrax is officially gender neutral.
Yeah, don't go into that because it's so tricky from the beginning for nothing except I imagine what I am, but I'm still do whatever I choose or not. I'm the player. But no, it was just like there was an opportunity for perhaps a game there. By the way, it's more a narration, and your presentation is more about that, character building, character design, narration, and branching. So yeah, so you did well on that. I'm a bit disappointed. There is not a big part of game, but no programmer, no coder, no game. So so for the team you had, you did super well. So congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Jaime from Muniz. First of all, again, I also congratulate you for your work because, again, despite that it was only in French, I more or less understand everything, and the feedback, visual and sound feedback, was really on point to try to convey the main message, which I really, really loved. And I think it was really well made. The log system was great. Thank you so much for that. I think it adds really much to the experience and to even understand better. I also told you about the possibility of adding a wiki to try to, as you want to teach, as you want to express, as you want to convey terms that maybe some players will not understand, it could be a good idea. But also I want to congratulate you on a specific thing. As this is a university experience, an education experience, you have done research and you have showed that research in your work, and that's amazing. It's not easy to find a lot of testimonies, and you have provided more. You have added to the database of people that want to know more about this reality, and I think that's really valuable. And again, I think that you have shown what a university work can be done by researching, having a methodology, and then the implementation. And that's what you have done, which again, I think it's amazing. And thank you so much for doing that, and congratulations for the result, because it was great. And I want to leave with one question that you proposed it at the presentation, but you didn't answer it. But you said that you wanted to have a final positive message, like a good message at the end, but you didn't express it directly right now. I just wanted to ask you that. What final message do you want to show during the different lines, during the different crosses, like a common ground?
Okay, we don't really have a message, but we wanted to have a take on things. The thing is, in media currently, the only queer character we ever met are either depressed or suicidal, or they are always kind of messed up in a way. And we wanted to show happy queer people, and that's something rare. So that was our main intention, to have people on their path to healing, to show their healing journey. Sorry, and that's a take that a lot of people don't realize, that queer people are actually really happy people. It's not just during Pride Month in June; it's all the time, and we're alive. We're happy. We're having friends. We're chatting. We are doing what we like, and so that's something that we haven't seen in video, not much in video game or in TV or on films, and that's why we wanted to actually bring characters to life that we can actually relate to.
Thanks.
Okay, Javier from Voxel. I enjoyed a lot from the aesthetics. I tried the English version, but I know it doesn't work anyway. The only thing that, from the player point of view, was previously was pointed. At first, you asked me to give a player name, but then immediately you go into Anthrax. I told you in that sense because this is much about identity acquisition. At the same time, you say you are trying to give some guidance to a queer baby. I don't see my progression in the sense. I see the different characters, those are wonderful. I have interaction in the different dialogues, but I don't see my character into the visuals and the progression in the positive way of being queer. So in that sense, I think you should reinforce that part, because by now, the experience is absolutely nice. The music is wonderful. I love it, and the aesthetics and everything. But if the main message is to be positive, you have then to get the player into the action. And by now, it's too much narrative and not so into how I progress from the visual being queer. Okay. Anyway, I enjoy a lot, even with the sections in. But there's many things you can do to go further. And I invite you to go further, absolutely. Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Yeah, in fact, I was going to wonder, but will you release it on Itch.io? Will you release the game on Itch.io also?
Yeah, gonna be available on Itch.io, yeah.
Please tell us when, because there are people that we want to show it.
Thank you. Some other feedbacks? No. So let's give a huge round of applause to the team. And I will ask all the teams of today to come down. Congrats to you all. And while you're descending, I just want to thank Javier and Eric, who were in the régie today and helped a lot. Thanks to all the pedagogical team that accompany the students to do this great work. Thanks to May and all the administrative team, also to accompany the students. Thanks to Maxence also, who helped for the stand. I don't know how to say that again. And I know that some of you already left because of the train, but a huge thanks to the jury. Thank you for this rich exchange we had today. Thank you for sharing everything you lived while experiencing all these great games and experiences. And I have a small words to give you.
And a great thank you to Catherine, who has been of a gigantic help. And And who is a saint?
Thank you so much. So, reflecting what you left, well, you made us leave. I try each year to think if you had this as theme, if you the cohort has a theme. And I think the theme of this year was kind of related to humanity. So thanks for that. So once again, what a show today. You made us embody so many characters. And let's shine all the facets of our humanity through so diverse pieces of life. We managed to be within reach of art by sharing a postman journey. We managed to dive into our inner fears to finally realize the creature we are is not so ugly after all. We managed to embark and sail smoothly on an ocean of hidden memories. We managed to let ourselves be captured by a TV screen. We managed to search the belt and its fidgetability, I shouldn't work that, to find the valuable remains of humanity. We finally, for this morning, managed our revenge rap battle. We also managed, sorry, it's a bit long, to act seriously waggish like two kids in a trench coat. We managed to encounter and question our influence on wild creature behavior. We managed to find our way along with, what did I wrote? Sorry, along with entering, sorry, a strange dialogue, it changes the words, with a reflection on ourselves. We managed to drive a play despite an abusive narrator. We managed to recover from grief by changing our point of views. We managed finally to find peace by accepting who we are and adding some more sparkle in our lives. For all that, a big thank you, big congratulations, dear students. Thanks to your original and diverse experiences and ideas. So the experiences we managed, through that, we managed to reconnect with all aspects of our identities. Thank you so much, and congratulations. Oh yeah. Our Spanish friends brought some coins. It's souvenir for you. No tokens, yes, it's tokens. So I will take a final pictures and I will let everybody go outside because it's getting hot here. And congratulations, you should be proud of yourselves. That's the end of today. Now you can enjoy. Thank you for the people online and see you next time.